the Westwood Media Center to live stream and record the meeting. Is there anyone else who would like to do so? We want to welcome everybody that's here. I can't tell you everyone who's here. Mike Walsh, I see Chair Walsh. I don't see other folks, so I can't welcome everybody. Pam, I see you. Welcome to you. Thank you as always. So we're really happy to have you guys here, and I know others will join us as we go through. As always, let's announce the members and do the roll call and the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll sort of walk through the process a little bit of what we're going to do tonight. Is that okay?
Certainly.
Okay. Go ahead, Jane.
Certainly. Bill Bruce,
Here.
Jim Ferraro,
Here.
Lauren Fitzpatrick.
Here.
Renee's not with us yet. Mike Gay,
Here.
George,
Here.
Angela,
Angela, you're on mute.
Yeah. Thank you, Angela. Peter Iddig.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Tom Kilgariff,
Here.
Can you hear me?
George Laham,
Present.
Diane McCarthy,
Here.
Christina.
Here.
Chris
Here.
and Alex.
Here.
Ready to go.
Okay, Jane, we're all set?
We're all set.
Okay, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. If folks want to take take themselves off of mute, that would be great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, so here's what we're going to do tonight. This is our final meeting and our final public hearing. And what a great job you all have done this year, both the earlier work on the school committee, school vote, as well as this getting ready for the annual town meeting. So thank you all, but this is our last. We're going to start with Pam Dukeman, who is going to do the final presentation of the budget and Articles 1 through 12. We're going to have member questions for Pam, and then we're going to open it up to questions from the public and press. As Jane said earlier, if people want to speak rather than just type their questions in, they can do so, as long as they put their name and address in the box, and then Jane will move them into the meeting. Members, please remember that this is the presentation and questions for the presenter. We will have lots of time to deliberate and have comments and thoughts among ourselves, and that's all public as well. But there'll be a lot of time for that as well. Then we're going to hear from the select board. There's one article, and we voted on others last time, and so we sent you some information, and I know that Mr. Walsh will want to talk with us about that. And then again, any questions for Mr. Walsh, and then questions from the public and press. And then we're going to have the planning board. The planning board, as I understand it, wants to open up a meeting, their public meeting, for the sole purpose of hearing any questions from FinCom or from the public or the press. And then we're going to move to the citizens petition. You have one additional piece of information on the petition, and then we're going to have questions again. And then if I understand this correctly, we are going to then close that portion of our meeting, and then we're going to move into deliberations and votes on all of the information that we have heard tonight. So, and then we will have some new business to talk about in terms of reports and all that sort of stuff that we'll wrap up with later. You have a lot of information, and I really appreciate how much work it must have taken you all to, read and incorporate all of this information that you've been sent. So please have it available as people talk. Pam is going to start first on the budget, and so Pam, I'm going to welcome you and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jane. Good evening, everyone. Chairman Walsh, are you okay if I just start on the budget articles?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. And thank you. I'm going to move through the budget. We've been, as you know, working on the budget with you since last fall. So we've been going through lots of material at various meetings. Really, it's been relatively, the numbers you're looking at tonight for the final meeting are the same that came out in the budget document and the budget presentations on February 1. Just a couple of minor updates in the operating budget. We went over those at your last meeting, and I'll mention those again when we get there. But other than that, these are the same numbers that you've been working on over the last couple of months. So I am just going to share my screen. Okay, and can everyone see that?
Yes. Pam.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll just start to go through. Just a quick summary up front. As you know, the budget incorporates kind of all areas of our finances. Our select board, our finance and warrant commission, and our town meeting have worked very hard over the last couple of years to make sure that the budget we vote each year incorporates all areas of our budget. We try to show that by our small scale, but that we're not just looking at the operating budget, but we're also making sure we're addressing our capital budget, our liabilities, our reserve accounts, all of that. And this budget, again, tonight does that. It is a comprehensive, well-balanced budget. First, it does take care of the operating budgets, the school and municipal budgets, making sure that we're able to sustain a high level of service to the community in those areas. We also continue with what we've done the last several years on the capital budget. We're funding at the same levels with the school and municipal base capital, which have been much more appropriate levels for our capital spending. We also, as we've done the last couple of years, have a supplemental capital budget article where we're utilizing some of the meal and hotel tax revenue to work on some additional projects. Again, we're also taking care of our liabilities and reserves with articles that address our stabilization fund and our OPEB trust fund. We have two borrowing articles that look at appropriating funds for some design funding for some projects that need to move forward. And then we do have the article to provide some additional revenue to our aid to the elderly account for senior tax relief. So again, it is a budget, as with the last couple of years, that we're getting at all of those various areas. Just quickly, this slide shows our total revenue for FY23 for all articles that we'll be taking to town meeting. $112 million total budget, about a 4.2% increase over our current year. And as always, we show our pie chart. We are primarily funded almost 80% by our tax revenue, typical for a suburban community in Massachusetts. This chart just shows you the total spending. So again, $112 million with a 4.2% increase over the current year, and shows the changes in spending by various areas, the operating budget, the capital, and then other miscellaneous articles. So now just walking through those articles, the first two, budget 1 and 2, clean up our current year budget, FY22. We did preview these with you at your last meeting on the 15th, but just a couple of items to take care of. First, the snow and ice budget. It did turn out to be not a great winter, and it continues this week with the cold, but in total, we're going to supplement the snow and ice budget by $240,000. We're doing $140,000 in this article and using the FinCom reserve account as the transfer account for that. And then just two other minor articles in this, minor items in this article. We need to add about $35,000 to our town clerk salary budget for some staffing changes made this year, and $15,000 for a review of our emergency management plans that we need to do. So in total, Article 1, 190,000 coming from the FinCom reserve, and then those two other items will be funded from a transfer out of the debt budget. There was some remaining funds in that current year debt budget, about 50,000. So that's Article 1. And Diane, I'll just move on and take questions at the end. Does that work? Thank you. Okay, Article 2, just other supplements again for FY22. Here's the other 100,000 for snow and ice. We also have to supplement 120,000 our DPW snow and ice salary budget. Again, with some of the activity that we had and the length of some of those storms, there was additional spending in that salary account. I did mention at your last meeting that one large blizzard we had on a weekend, we may receive some federal funding for that. Most likely we will, but we need to cover it first, and then we would get that funding back later. We also need to supplement our fire department salary budget, about $215,000. And we had talked about that some of that was due to the impact of the Norwood Hospital closure and what that did to kind of the staffing and procedures in our fire department, particularly with the ambulance needing to go to other hospitals versus just being able to go to Norwood. And then we have kind of an annual supplement that we do for ambulance items, $92,000, with $76,000 of that coming in the fire department, $16,000 in the collector's department, which is where we pay for the ambulance billing service. So all of those in budget 2, $527,000. We will use free cash of $335,000, and then ambulance receipts for $192,000. And then Article 3, this will be our main operating budget, what we call Appendix D, where we pay for the full cost of operating the town for fiscal 23. Article 3 will be in total $105 million, a 3.9 million or 3.9% increase over the current year. As you can see in the pie chart, the largest area of our spending is our schools, shown in blue. Municipal budget shown in yellow. 22.6 million to schools, just over 51 million. The categories here, the chart at the top shows the change in spending for each of those areas over the current year. And again, we've reviewed this with you at throughout the last couple of months. As I mentioned, there are only a couple of minor changes to this final budget as compared to what we presented February 1. And that was just a couple of items that were updated: the Blue Hills Regional School, the sewer MWRA assessment. So two outside assessments that we both came in lower. And then we had a slight change to our debt budget based on the recent bond sale that we had earlier this month. So again, in total, this is our main area of spending. I will point out, we've talked about this, our fixed cost budget, 6.7% increase over the current year. That is a bit higher than it's been in prior years. We do have in a 7% increase in our health insurance budget. We did receive the actual health insurance rates earlier this month. We had been hoping that we could adjust that budget down a bit, but we cannot. The rates came in at what we had for estimates, so there's no change to that budget. So again, that's a little bit higher, the health insurance, than it's been the last couple of years. And then following, we're just displaying to you the individual Appendix D items, all of the spending that totals that total operating budget of the $105 million. Moving on to the capital budget articles. This is just a summary chart that shows our base capital funding for the last several years. And we've looked at this several times. We're proposing for FY23, as shown in green, $2.3 million for school and municipal base capital. That's in line with what we've done the last couple of years, and is definitely improvement that we have been trying to make over our earlier years. Again, that's almost triple than what it was 10 years ago. The select board made a deliberate effort to try to build up our capital spending to make sure that we're regularly reinvesting in our buildings, maintaining our buildings, reinvesting in our capital equipment, particularly for public safety departments. We also this year have that additional capital article that we've done the last several years. As shown in green, we're proposing for FY23 a total article of $682,000. That is less than what it has been the last several years, where it's been over $1 million. But this is to get at some additional projects that we hadn't been able to do or that are beyond what we could fit into the base item. So then looking at those particular articles. So Article 4 is the municipal capital budget list. So shown here is the list of all of the projects and equipment that would be part of that article, totaling $1.3 million. All of that funded with free cash, as we do each year for our capital articles. So this is really our pretty standard listing of equipment for departments, for funding for technology, and funding to maintain our buildings. Article 5 is the list for the school capital budget. Just over $1 million, fully funded with free cash, again, as we've done the last several years. And there's a list of how that is itemized between technology and roofs, facility improvements, and others. And again, this is very standard to what the school has had the last couple of years. Article 6 is the sewer capital, $700,000 total, would be fully funded through sewer retained earnings. So all coming out of the sewer enterprise fund. And these are really the standard articles for the sewer to, as they do each year, inspect and repair our system on an ongoing basis, and inspect and improve, keep up to date the pumping stations. Article 7 is that additional capital article for this year. As I mentioned, $682,000 total. It includes some funding for the School Street Playground, $215,000 for the fire department to fully replace and update and upgrade their breathing apparatus equipment, important equipment for that department. $75,000 for the library parking lot, which needs to be refurbished. $300,000 for a school network project. And all of those 4 items would be funded with our meal and hotel tax revenue. And then some rescue equipment and upgrade for the fire department, $32,000. And this is really an annual item we do, and we fund that with ambulance receipts. So 682 in total, with 650 coming from meals and hotel tax and 32,000 from ambulance. Article 8 is one of our borrowing articles, funds 2 items, $200,000 to design the Conant Road culvert. This is a project the DPW feels is necessary to go forward. The full cost of the project would be about $1 million. And the DPW director is hopeful that that construction portion would be eligible for a state grant, but we need to first go and design the project. The second item, $125,000 for designing the next phase of the cemetery expansion. That construction, which would follow next, would cost about $1.2 billion. And both the design and the construction for the cemetery are financed. That debt each year is financed from cemetery lot sales. So both of these would be approved as borrowing. And we have just included on your slides and your handout the actual language. So just for some of the newer members, borrowing articles are a little bit different, a little bit more technical than some of our general appropriations. So we've shown here the article language is kind of general to say what items we're doing. But when you vote later tonight, you would actually be voting on this motion language, which is specific language that comes from bond counsel. That is the language we need to technically authorize the select board of the town to go out and vote to borrow the money, and authorizes under what Mass state law is allowing us to do this type of project and this borrowing, because you're not allowed to borrow for everything. We can't borrow for our operating budget, for salary or staffing needs. So the borrowing language is just a little bit more technical, and you'd be voting the motion. Article 9 is our annual appropriation to our stabilization fund, our main reserve account, very important for the town, and it's important for our credit rating. So this continues with the same amount we've done the last couple of years. We would be voting $125,000 into the stabilization fund. We would fund that with free cash. That would give us a balance in that account as shown in green of about $3.8 billion, right in line with where we need to be with our financial targets, and really in a good place. Article 10 is our annual appropriation to our OPEB liability trust. For FY23, that would be $1.5 million, as shown in green. You can see that this bar graph shows our annual appropriation into the OPEB trust. So for a number of years now, we've been on target and making a very healthy appropriation. Each year now, we just increase that appropriation by $25,000, and that has allowed us to really stay on track with that OPEB liability. And you can see, for some of you who have been on for a long time, compared to 10 years or so ago when we were really funding nothing into OPEB, we have really all worked to address this problem, and the town is in very good shape with the OPEB liability. Article 11 seeks to add some funding to our aid to the elderly account, $300,000 appropriation funded by free cash. So this article is looking for a one-time appropriation into the account. This would allow us to increase what we're currently doing in this account, increase the number of participants, increase the annual amount that they're awarded towards their tax bill. And it will allow us in FY24, as that school, our new school debt starts to come online, we would be able to mitigate the impact of that on these recipients. So just a reminder, this is an established, successful program that's already in place. We've had it in place since 1999, provides great assistance to our eligible seniors. To be eligible, you need to be 65 or older, your income at or below the state circuit breaker, and you need to own your own home. And so each year we do about $100,000 distribution to about 50 residents. And it's really a tremendous program. It provides meaningful tax relief. The award they get each year goes straight to their tax bill. And this program allows us to have a definable, controllable amount and cost to the town of what we're spending in this area. And then finally, Article 12 is another borrowing article. This seeks to ask for authorization to borrow $900,000 to design the Canton Street sidewalk. This project has already been approved for state funding. The actual construction will be in the $9 to $11 million range, but the town has to appropriate and do the design work first. And again, on the handout you have, we're showing you the article language, and then again, it's the motion language that you would be looking at for your vote, as that's the technical language from bond counsel that does authorize us to go out and make that borrowing. And that's it. Again, comprehensive budget addresses many areas, same numbers you've been looking at for several months now, a very balanced, well-funded budget, very stable, not any kind of one-time funding or anything unusual in this budget. I can stop sharing, Diane, if that works.
Yeah, Pam, thank you. Thank you so much. Fabulous. Okay, so we're going to open it up to questions from FinCom. Remember, have a lot of time to deliberate among ourselves, but for questions, now's the chance. Please raise your hand. Jim.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam. I know this is your last presentation. I want to thank you for all your years of working with us, and you continue to educate me. I don't know how it's going to work going forward. Someone's going to have some very big shoes to fill. So maybe we should have you on speed dial just in case. But that being said, just 3 areas I want to cover. Budget Articles 1 and 2 regarding the snow removal. Why did you break it out over 2 separate accounts? And if we get funding from the Fed or the state, where does that money go?
Yeah, we broke it out just to kind of balance how much free cash we were using. And then how much we were using from the FinCom reserve account. So really just from the funding source, that's the only reason we separated it. But if we were to get funding after we appropriated this, it would flow back into the free cash.
Okay. And regarding the aid to the elderly, earlier this year, you were asked whether free cash can be used to supplement the real estate taxes. And you said no, and you've maintained that position for all the years I've been on the board. Isn't this using free cash to supplement the aid to the elderly, doing just that, but on a smaller scale?
Well, using free cash to this program kind of defines the free cash to that. So if you wanted to stop the program, it wouldn't be like an ongoing appropriation. So I think we talked about, we never want to use free cash just to kind of apply to our overall budget, because in that way, we're just subsidizing the budget. So we would never want to use free cash for our operating budget. So we try to target free cash to just articles like our capital budget. And then this is a unique article.
But I mean, the free cash could be used to credit all taxpayers, right?
It could be. And again, when you're doing that, you're like subsidizing the budget, that unless you're doing that each and every year, at some point, you're going to have a spike up when that goes away.
So are you saying this contribution to the aid to the elderly is a one and done?
This is a one and done to supplement that account. We would still continue with the same efforts on donations into that account. We're not proposing to have that 300,000 every year. So we just really try to target free cash more to one-time things. Again, in case free cash doesn't come in at the same level every year. But if you appropriate free cash just to kind of apply to your overall budget, you're really subsidizing the budget. And if you don't do it again the next year, you're going to have a spike up in the taxes. So we try not to do that.
Okay. And then regarding the Canton Street project, we didn't receive any presentation on that this year. I know it started pre-COVID. I don't know how far they got with public hearings. Is there any idea what is projected?
I think I saw Todd on the line too, and Chris might be better to answer that.
Yes, Todd is in the waiting room. He's available.
I just moved him in, Chris.
Can everybody hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we
Oh,
can hear.
okay. All right. I don't know if there was a gap. I believe the question was, where do we stand currently with the project? We had received money from a projected development in Canton years ago. It was $250,000 that really got the Canton Street design underway. But we've since exhausted all that funding. So what this money will allow us to do is continue with the design. We actually hosted one meeting through Zoom. It was decently attended, but as far as any presentations and the progression moving forward with the design, it would be very inclusive. It would model exactly what we did with the Gay Street sidewalk design. And obviously when we got to certain segments of the design, we would then bring in Mass DOT and they would be heavily involved with the presentations and with the process. But to answer your question, we're still at the very preliminary stages of what we've accomplished thus far with that initial $250,000. Again, was not town money. And this $900,000 will allow us to continue the process through the state transportation improvement program, which will essentially fund the construction phase for this project.
And just to follow up, how long is the state going to hold its money for us?
The process itself, Jim, will be, probably I would lean more towards the 5-year mark once we go through the process with the MPO and really politicking as we progress through the design stages. But once we complete our design, and once, especially now, or hopefully once we move forward through town meeting and receive authorization, that's huge brownie points as far as what the state will look at and say, well, the town's really committed to this project. And then we can really start the process as far as really fine tuning, getting on the actual tip list, and really having a more defined and clear picture and broader picture of when the project will actually take place. But I would say conservatively speaking, I would say we're probably leaning more towards the 5-year mark, but it could very well be before then. It's all just depending upon when certain allotments of money become available and where this particular project will fit within that particular cycle of funding. But it could be sooner than 5 years, but conservatively speaking, I would think 5 years is when shovel will be in the ground. But I would say to Jim, with experience with, what we did in the level of inclusion that we had with all of the projects that we put forward through a design process, we want to take our time with this for obvious reasons. We want to make it as inclusive as possible. And again, it's going down the corridor, the Canton Street corridor from the East Street Rotary towards University Ave. So obviously we want to make sure that everybody's as involved as possible and really hopefully leave the Zoom platform for these meetings and really bring it into a public setting.
But no, I understand you'll be shovel ready, maybe 5 years, maybe sooner. But is the money committed to us today? And if so, how long will the state hold that money for us?
No, the money is technically not committed to us today. No, so there's no holding right now. It's as we progress through the process and as we actually get on the actual tip list, then it's almost like a placeholder. So this project, the projected estimates now with inflation is we're approaching a $15 million mark of construction cost estimate. But once we actually progress and we actually are on the tip list, then it becomes a maneuvering game by the state to say, okay, well, this town of Westwood has everything designed. It's 100% completed design. It's a $15 million project. We have X amount of money. This is a good project to slide in this particular fiscal year. But you have to have everything ready and teed up from a design standpoint. Otherwise, you're progressing and they see that, they acknowledge that, but we want to be, in a sense, shovel ready from a design standpoint. So there's nothing that we're not gonna miss marks right now. It's once we receive, or hopefully again receive funding for design, then we can progress through the proper stages, and it just bodes better and better for us to get this project funded through the state program.
And as you said, inflation kicks in and costs go up. Is there a possibility that the state will pay less than 100%?
I don't think so. I truthfully, I really haven't had much experience with respect to the levels of inflation that we now are currently going through and a program like this, like the TIP program, but I would think not. I mean, I think it just, everybody's faced with it. So it's not unique just to Westwood. So I think the state and the funding mechanism that the state's offering really have to absorb that hit, and hopefully inflation starts to slow down a bit.
For all of us. Thank you.
Hopefully. You're welcome.
Anything else, Jim? No?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
Thank you. I hope I'm unmuted, but yes, we had some discussions previously about the proposed Medco expansion. I looked for it in the line items in the budget, but couldn't find it. I wondered if the proposed Medco expansion is referred to any place in this budget or not.
Anything with the school budget, the school by law, the school budget in Massachusetts is a bottom line budget. It's voted as a bottom line by town meeting. So all items dealing with the school operations are contained within the one school budget line item.
Diane, may I jump in for a minute?
Sure, of course.
You're also not going to see any line items for the METCO program because the METCO program is a state refunded program. So I don't believe it costs the taxpayers any money in the town. So you wouldn't see it in the budget because there is no cost. And I'm pretty sure Emily went over there last meeting, and I know that Bill, Bruce, and Mike Gay and Rennie can reiterate that because we did bring that up at the meeting when we discussed it with Emily. So it wouldn't be in the budget anyways.
Madam Chair, just as a point of, if the chair, just let you know, Emily and Maya are both attendees if there's specific questions.
Oh.
Yeah, I think she addressed this question last meeting, so I don't think there's any need to repeat it. Any other questions, Peter?
Oh, yes, I have another question. I noticed that on the budget line 40 and line 42, there are some reserves. Line 40 provides 300,000 for the select board reserve fund, and line 42 about 400,000 for an unspecified reserve fund. I'm curious about what those are for and what the current balances are.
So the line 42, that reserve fund is what we call the FinCom reserve fund. That's your account. And we are required by Massachusetts state law to have a FinCom reserve account as part of our overall budget. And we talked about this account at a previous meeting with Jim. This is an account that's designed by state law to provide for any unforeseen or emergency needs that arise during the year. So where we're a town that only has town meeting, things come up during the year. So we went through when Jim was reviewing the budget on what we've used this account for. The town has not for a number of years come to the FinCom during the year to ask for funding, because we've tried to make sure that our budget has places and is built to accommodate fluctuations during the year. So we have not come because we don't feel things truly meet that emergency and unforeseen account. So we need to use that. We do sometimes use that funding as a transfer for Article 1, as we're doing this year. So what's in that account? The full 405,000 is in there. We are currently scheduled to do a $100,000 transfer at town meeting from that account into the snow and ice budget. The select board reserve is an account we've had for a number of years. That's a reserve fund that the select board is allowed to transfer during the year because things do come up. Again, we only have typically one town meeting a year, and that's an account where they can fund any fluctuations and things that occur during the year. Sometimes those things include if a new project comes up and we need to have a study done of something. Sometimes that includes some of our smaller budgets in the municipal. The municipal budget is not a total bottom line budget. Sometimes a smaller department might have a staffing change or a staffing need. If someone was out sick or on maternity leave and we needed to supplement that staffing, the select board has that reserve account to do so with that. So that's what those accounts are.
Great, thank you.
Chris,
Thanks. First, I have two things. First, a quick question for Todd. Is the Gay Street sidewalk project also being handled under this TIP program?
No, the Gay Street sidewalk is not handled through this program. The way that we had designed the Gay Street sidewalk in keeping the thoughts and the concerns with the direct abutters in mind, we were not able to accommodate the necessary criteria that the state was looking for us to incorporate within the design.
All right, thank you. I'm disappointed that at one time the Gay Street sidewalk was part of the warrant, and I'm kind of disappointed that the select board took it off, because with the opening of the new school on Gay Street, it seemed to me to be more important than ever to get that sidewalk built. But that's another issue for another day. Pam, I wonder if you could explain where free cash comes from. And maybe that will help people understand why you shouldn't use it to supplement the operating budget.
Yeah, it's a terrible term. It's unique to Massachusetts. We don't consider it an ongoing revenue source, so we don't apply it to ongoing budget items. It's really our retained earnings. If in theory we're voting a balanced budget each year, we should have nothing left over. But in practice, there's always some expense accounts where all of the items are not spent and they kind of close out to free cash. And then there's always some revenue that might come in over or under our projected revenue. So all that kind of flows through free cash. When we close out our books each year, our town accountant has to submit our balance sheet and a lot of other documentation to the Department of Revenue. And then the Department of Revenue certifies our free cash and it makes it available to be spent in future years. It does require a town meeting vote to spend. So it's essentially kind of the carryover from one year to the next. There's always a new number each year. We have financial policies that dictate how much of our free cash should be there just to protect the town and not used. And then any amounts above that, we go and vote into future budgets. And we apply them specifically, as I mentioned, to capital budget articles or any kind of miscellaneous articles. So it is a terrible term. We talk about free cash, and again, unique to Massachusetts, but really kind of the town meeting in Massachusetts, municipal budgeting really gives each year kind of their chance to do the budget. And so we approach each year as kind of balancing out each year. And then this is just a process for if there's items left that the next year's town meeting can go and apply that funding by town meeting vote to additional items in the future year's budget.
Yeah, I guess my takeaway from that is that each year, each town department does not deliberately over budget in order to get free cash at the end of the year. So we are constrained not to do that. And that's why basically our retained earnings should be zero, but in practice, it's something. But we don't routinely apply that to the next year's operating budget.
Yes, we're not allowed to kind of roll that over. Some of our departments would like that, but we don't. It closes out. We do a budget to actual report at year end. And you've seen that kind of shows where the turnback's coming from. Just depends on what happens each year. During COVID, we talked about, I know on the school side as well as the town side, we had funds such as for training and conferences and things like that, which just didn't occur or occurred virtually. So departments had various money like that kind of, they didn't use and they closed it out.
Well, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
over the years, Pam, you've been an invaluable resource to the FinCom, and I appreciate your professionalism and your accuracy in helping us.
Thank you, Chris.
Here.
And thank you, Jim, for your kind words. It's always a pleasure working with all of you. You're also patient, taking time to go through all the material. And I know you're going through the material because someone will say, I have a question on page 85 of the budget book. And I'm like, oh, they're going through that. I love it. But when people say, what will you do in future years? You're all experts now. I always say anyone on the FinCom or select board could stand up and do the town meeting presentation because you've all just done a great job in spending time on it and learning and going through it. So I really do appreciate that.
We could do that, but we wouldn't be credible or even nearly as credible as you are.
Right, that's for sure. All right, so FinCom members, thank you for your questions regarding the budget articles. We're going to open this up now to questions from the public and press. If you are a member of the public or a member of the press and you have a question, please type your name and address in the chat, and Jane will let you in to ask your question. So we'll wait a minute or two here. Jane, do we see any sense of any activity out there in the Zoom world?
Okay. We do have some members of the public with us, so if they were.
Okay.
They probably would have typed in.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so this is really fabulous, Pam. Again, we just there's no way to thank you enough. I know you'll stay with us, so.
Yes, thank you. It's for all the time in the budget. It's a long process. It's always great when we get to this meeting and we kind of bring it to a close. So it's good to be here at this point.
Yeah.
And
Thank you all.
now that you're retiring, maybe you can become a member of the FinCom.
I'm not sure about that.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to talk to our moderator. Okay, we're going to move on to the
Thank you.
Select Board Article 5. That's the only new one that we didn't vote on last last meeting. And Mr. Walsh, can I assume that you're going to take the lead on this or someone else?
No, I'm happy to take the lead, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great.
First, I want to say two things. I'm sorry that Pam is leaving, and fortunately, I'm chair this year, so I won't have to present the financials next year. So that's one major plus. But also, I'd like to thank Pam. She has, as many of us, she has educated even me on how to read the budget and how to set up the budget. So thank you, Pam, for all your hard work over the years. This is my 8th year sitting, so that's why you have me back as chair. Tonight we were late this afternoon, I mean late this afternoon. Put it this way, I ran home to put on a shirt and tie for the select board meeting. We were able to reach a deal to purchase the American Legion property. For those of you that don't know, the exact address is 90 Deerfield Avenue. The terms of it are $700,000 is what the purchase price is. Now, we started, give you an idea, as everyone knows, the market is going crazy, and we also, as the town, were subject to the market. So we had an original appraisal. We thought we had it at $670,000, but 2 years has lapsed since we originally had an indication that they might be interested. Well, we got a new updated estimate, and the appraisal came in at $720,000. So we have settled on $700,000 for the town to own it. We will work with the Legion so that they can still maintain some of the things that they do there for at least the next 10 years. We have worked out many of the details. There's still some little ones, but the biggest thing for FinCom obviously is the number. For anyone who doesn't know, which I don't think anybody does, but for anyone that doesn't know, it's right behind the new police station on Deerfield Avenue. It's a great addition to add to the town. In my time on the select board, I've also had the privilege, I guess, of adding the property that's off the baseball field next to the high school. I was part of that negotiating team way back when, the land that's owned after the first parish church there. So we've done some good things. This is I think a really no-brainer. I say this is a great piece to add to the town property. And if the Deerfield School ever gets turned over to the town, back to the town or to the select board, this will make a perfect puzzle piece to have everything within our walking space. So it will definitely help the youth and recreation department is what, they'll be able to have things indoors there. And on good days, be able to walk across to the Deerfield School. So we think it's a great addition. As I said, we were subject to inflation and the cost of rising property, but that's to be expected. We think that this is a great deal. And as I always say, land is the only thing that doesn't grow. So we think this is a great addition, and we got it so that Westwood Glen did not. So I'm happy to answer any questions about it. I know Chris and I worked hard on this. It's been months, but because they're a nonprofit and they only meet once a month, it's a little harder to get things done, but we went back and forth, and we finally reached an agreement literally at the last minute this evening. I wish we could do it before, but COVID has made it a little bit difficult, and I hate to have things last minute, but in a case like this, I'm glad we're able to close it and get it on this town meeting warrant.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? George Hertz.
Yeah, Mike, couple of questions. How much land comes with this?
Chris,
I believe it's 0.92 acres.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, Chris, what?
0.92 acres.
Just under
0.92.
Yeah.
Okay, and it sounds like you're gonna have a lease with these folks. So with the town leasing to a nonprofit, when they're using, how do you work out the liability issues if something happens on the property?
So two things, George. First, I can tell you as the attorney. So first, obviously the town would insure it. They would insure their property as well, and they would have tenant insurance. So they would be responsible for their own goods, and the town would insure it themselves. And of course, our insurance company would be looking for a copy of their insurance as well. So it's been done hundreds of times. It's done in pretty much in every commercial building. Any time there's a lease for commercial space, it's always done.
Okay. All right, those are my questions, Mike. And you have, I guess you'll be giving, there is some material you have or will be submitting
Yes.
for us, some
Yeah,
backup
we'll
material.
Yeah, we'll give you the appraisal, and as I said, we're still working on the actual terms, but it's a done deal. The membership actually took a vote on it and did approve it last Saturday, and that was the holdup for us, is the full membership had to vote to approve it.
So Mike, what are we at? I'm just want to make sure I understand. What
Sure.
are we as the FinCom voting on tonight? Is it the proposed acquisition of the American Legion building for 700,000 subject to final negotiations of what, of a lease, or, I mean, what wording do we wrap around this?
The only thing I think that we need is subject to town meeting approval.
Okay,
You know, that would be the only thing that we need, George, because the actual terms of the agreement, most of the time are, if we will, a little bit fluid, but for the most part, we reached, as I like to say, we've reached terms in principle. Then it's only small details, but we're asking for the FinCom to, you know, vote in favor, subject to town meeting approval.
Jim, you have a question?
Yeah, Mike, did you get any better estimates on the renovation costs?
We have not done at this point in time. We just got back, from what we understand right now, and Chris can tap on this, is that Jimmy did the best with the estimates in town at this point in time. You know, and as you said earlier, Jim, as you pointed out, you know, we're all subject to changes. We don't necessarily have to rush to do downstairs, but we do have to make it handicapped accessible. But that would probably not even be considered until at least the fall. First of all, it has to go through town meeting approval, and the Legion has to do some work to remove the kitchen appliances and things like that before the town would actually take control of it. So the deed probably wouldn't even transfer until sometime in September.
Okay, and you mentioned that Westwood Glen was interested in it. Are they planning on expanding? Is that-
Well, we didn't let it get that far. We, when we heard it was a possibility, we knew that the town should get it and not anyone else. And that's why, you know, Chris and I have been negotiating with them for a while. It was off the table, back on the table, and we were able to close the deal so that no one else got wind of it until we finally brought it to FinCom.
And you had mentioned that you're gearing it for youth and family services. Didn't we build the new Wentworth Hall with the intent for youth and family services?
No, we said the rec department, Jim, sorry.
No, the rec
Okay.
department.
Yeah, it's gonna be used, Jim, it will be used for recreation programs. There are other uses we could use it for. I've spoken with our town clerk. There are different opportunities pending with some laws that are pending. We might be able to use a facility there. We could also use it for community space and other public meetings.
In fact, when we go back,
Thank you.
you guys could be meeting there at some point.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to do the same thing and open it up to questions from the public and press on this one select board article.
I have a hand raised. Diane, it's Sandra. Could you please type in your name and address into the chat, Sandra? And then I can move you in as a panelist to ask your question, please. Here we go, great. Sandra Castellini, 54 Birch Street, and I'll move you in now, Sandra. Thank you. Sandra, are you with us? Just make sure you unmute.
Jane, are you able to unmute her?
Let me see. Yes, I can unmute her.
Okay.
There you go. Sandra, you with us?
Looks like she's still muted.
Yeah. I'm having trouble unmuting her. Let's see if we can unmute her. Hold on one second.
Madam Chair, may I suggest something?
Here we go.
Sure.
If
Chris, you muted yourself, Chris. Mr. Coleman, you've muted yourself.
So everything I just said was great. I just want you all to know that.
Yes, and we support it entirely.
So, Madam Chair, I was just suggesting if Sandra's not able to unmute herself, maybe she could put her question into the chat feature.
Yes, I agree. I just wanted to give her a minute if she was able to. Sandra, can you put your question in the
Well,
chat? Well, you
well,
do have another question while Sandra
Yes.
is figuring this out. We have a question from Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane. How much are we leasing the American Legion Hall for?
We are not leasing it, we are purchasing it. So I'm unsure what that question means, but we are purchasing the building for $700,000.
Mr. Walsh, I think she may have been asking how much are we leasing it to the American Legion so they can continue to use it? How
So,
much are
well,
we-
the appraisal came in at 720 and we are settling on 700,000. So we have $20,000 over the next 10 years. It really is that simple.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
Sandra's still trying.
I
Ish.
also have, Westwood Media Center is trying to help on that too, but he's not having any luck.
Okay.
Sandra, do you want to just type in your question?
Hi.
Oh,
Hi.
there you. Great.
There
Can
we
you-
are. This is great.
Yay.
Yay.
Sorry, I think there was some kind of setting that was happening and I can't see anyone, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep talking. Thanks for letting me ask a question. So I agree with you, Mr. Walsh, that land is something that is hard to come by. But I'm just a little bit worried about the timing. As you know, we'll soon have control over Deerfield School. So we're going to have an entire facility vacant. And I feel like it was yesterday that we gave up, Islington, that was said to have needed a lot of repairs and renovation. And that was the reason we didn't keep it. So I'm just curious why we would need that now if we know we're going to have fallow property, in the very near future. I just don't know why we would be spending our free cash. It just doesn't seem like the timing is right. We're going to just have another facility to have to maintain and update when we gave away, prime real estate very recently.
Well, let's see. First, I would disagree with you that we gave up prime real estate, but putting that aside, I would say this. First of all, the town does not have the Deerfield School back. That is in the care and custody right now of the school committee. It may sound different, but that's in fact, they have to turn it back over to the town before we have control of that property. Second, we did not create the sale. In other words, we didn't go looking for this. This happened to come to us and it's take it now, or they have the opportunity to sell it to other buyers. So it's unfortunate. As I like to say, there's never a good time to spend money, but this is the opportunity that presented it to itself. So we will be getting some money back from the sale of other properties in town, but right now this is the best way to get it done and get it done quickly. As I said, this is not another opportunity that's going to arise, and when it does, it's either you take it or you lose it. And so I think this is better for us at this point in time to take the opportunity, and hopefully town meeting and FinCom will agree.
Sandra, any follow-up questions?
No, I know that the school will own it, but it seems very natural that it would be put to town use. And I just feel like we're, then going to inherit another set of buildings that will require significant maintenance. That's why, it's not being used as a school anymore. And even though I see how it's connected to town property, one of the other reasons they were saying Islington needed to be sold was because of, maintaining it. And it just seems odd that we're finding money for this project and not for other projects, that's all. I'm all set, thanks.
Thank you. Fran Fusco has a follow-up question. Is that $20,000 over 10 years?
The answer is yes.
Okay. And Kate Wynn, 10 Cedar Hill Drive, says this is $700,000 that we had not planned to, is this $700,000 that we had not planned to spend? A few items like this would go a long way towards the sidewalk on Gay Street.
Well, the sidewalk on Gay Street is estimated, and I think Todd is still here, but we're over $5 million for that work right now, and that was prior to, the inflation that we're all hitting now. So a few items like this maybe could go a long way, but this is an opportunity that we're not going to get again. So you're right, it's always a matter of priorities, and I hear what you're saying. But this is a priority right now to add that piece in case for future expansion around the town hall for whatever reason might be there.
Just, Mr. Walsh, just to add on to that, the Gay Street project at the last estimate was at 5.5 million.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for your Fran and Kate and Sandra for your comments. Jim, it looks like you have another comment or question.
Yeah, just a hypothetical to Mr. Walsh. When the Deerfield is vacated, I'm sure that the school committee is going to be coming back to the town looking for finances to renovate the Deerfield. I guess hypothetically, a deal can be struck with the school committee for joint use with the town.
I'd like to say, Jim, that will be some other select board members to decide.
Fair enough. Probably same with the finance committee.
Probably. And so, all I like to do is leave the opportunities for our town to be better when someone else takes over. And I think that this is a great addition for the future use of the town, just like I did as I said, when we purchased that land right off the high school baseball field. It's always for future use. And listen, in worst case, the town could always turn around and sell it again at some future point if it didn't work out. So it's not I always say the one thing we're not losing money on in this town is selling land, buying and selling land, because it continues to go up.
So one final question on this or comment on this. Do we have the final language for this vote? And if we do, Jane, do you want to share that? Is there a way to
Diane, that's what I sent to you at the beginning.
Okay, so that's what everybody has. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jane. We got very, very late and I flipped it along to everybody, so I haven't looked at it either. We got the final language for this vote. You should see that in your emails. Why don't I just see if I can't,
I couldn't open my document, and so.
all right, here we go.
Madam Chair, just as a point of reference, but for the board, I believe you had some draft language.
Yes.
The only change is the amount from 650 to 700. The funding source is still the same, and the highlighted language that was in the draft, the highlighted draft language is only updated with that dollar amount.
So let me read this to you. It says, to see if the town would vote to raise an appropriate and/or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the purchase of land and structures at 90 Deerfield Avenue, also known as American Legion Post 320, containing approximately 0.92 acres of land identified on Assessor's Map 14, Block 095, or take any other action thereto. Purchase of property amount $700,000, funding source free cash. Perfect. That is what we will be asked to vote on later.
And Diane, just as a point of reference, I never got that email.
You didn't get it, huh?
That's
All right,
okay.
I did try to flip it to absolutely everybody, but let me, I'll work on that as we move through. So, did other people get it? Did everybody get that email? No. Shoot.
Diane, can I ask, Diane?
Yeah.
Just want to ask one more question, and it's I understand the language, but I know in our write-ups, we try and, have sort of full disclosure of the issues. And one of the issues that's been raised, and I sort of would like to have a number on it, is the estimated renovation costs the town is going to incur over this period of time. Otherwise, I feel we're being a little bit remiss in our ability to do a proper write-up on this. And whatever estimate, you know, Chris and or Mike have would be useful, but I think we got to put some number in there on that.
Chris, you're still muted, Chris.
Madam Chair, at the last meeting, Chairman Walsh mentioned it was between $125,000 and $150,000.
So that's on top. So that's renovate 125 to 150.
Yes, that's what the estimate is. And 3 significant pieces will be the 3 accessible restrooms. The other, George, and for the committee, the other thing that we'd be looking at is to bringing it up to code for both plumbing and wiring.
All right, so I just got an email. I just looked at my emails to be sure you all got it, and I got a message saying it wasn't deliverable to anybody. So I don't know why that is the case, but I'm going to try again and see if I can make this happen. And so while I try, do we have any other questions for Mr. Walsh?
Diane, I guess what I would request is that if Chris and or Mike have background information that would make it easier for us to understand this, especially when we do the write-up, I think we need to see that.
I can, Madam Chair, I have a presentation that was forwarded. I can certainly share my presentation. I can forward it to Jane as well, but I can share it right now if you want me to go through some of the bullets.
I think we
I
need
have
to
that
see it.
as well, that everyone will get. Would the members like to see that presentation right now?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what Pam already went through as far as 1 through 12 for the budget items. These are select board 2, 3, 4, and 5. The commission already voted on 2 and 4. As far as 5, this is the language that the chair read. As far as the vote, and again, the purchase of property of $700,000. Here's some information regarding the building. The location is 90 Deerfield Ave. It's comprised of 0.92 acres. It's a 2-story commercial building, approximately 4,785 square feet. Also has 35 plus parking spaces. The accessible upgrades needed will be 1st and 2nd floor bathrooms, removal of concrete step on the lower level, plumbing and wiring improvements, as I mentioned. And then some of the proposed uses is the program space for recreation, public meeting space, and also if the Commonwealth allows us to continue, it could be a location for early voting. Here is just some of the pictures for those who are not familiar with it. It does have an accessible ramp that provides access to the 2nd floor. This is an aerial view on the left-hand side. This is parking for the police department right now. This is Deerfield Ave, and this is the access going towards the school over here. So this is the property that we're referring to. Here's another angle. And just to try to give a large scale of view, zoom out version of it. This is the Deerfield playing field. This is Deerfield School. This is the property that we're talking about. Here is the police station. Here's the parking, and this is Town Hall and the parking for Town Hall. So this is the location to police, Town Hall. This is the Deerfield School. And if you follow my arrow and going this way, the public library is in this direction. And again, the estimated costs are between $125,000 and $150,000 for renovations to make those projects. And I believe this is the presentation that the information you have. Is there additional information that?
That's what I have. I just tried again to forward it, and I still have that it's undeliverable. I have no idea why.
The same thing is happening to me, Diane. The only other thing that Tish sent me with this, Chris, is the appraisal, and
Yes.
I can see it, but it just won't let me forward it.
Chris, is there any chance that you could try to forward this material to the members of FinCom?
I could. I don't have all your email addresses, but if you want to forward me your email addresses, happy to do so.
Do you want to try
Can
to
I-
send it to me, Chris?
Can I ask a fairly sensitive question here? And that is, if you had this presentation, why did I have to ask about it before it was presented to us?
Because it was sent, it was already sent. It was our understanding that it was sent to the chair, and as the chair indicated, she thought she sent it out to the committee members.
Yeah, we tried to get it to you, George.
I know, but that was like, 5 minutes before our meeting started.
Yes, yes.
So had I been doing this, I would have gone ahead like Pam does. I would have made the presentation on the slides here. If I had not asked about it, we wouldn't have seen this.
Well, I certainly understand what you're saying, but again, it's my understanding that this information was forwarded to each of you.
I understand. All right, Chris, I'm not going to say anymore. I just find it somewhat disappointing that you're asking us to make a vote on this. And on one hand, I agree with you on the value of it, but I'm very uncomfortable with this process, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And George, if I may, George, I can just tell you this, literally, this deal got finally done at 4:45 this afternoon. It's unfortunate, but it's nothing.
Mike, I understand that, but if I were you guys, I would have said, fine, let's make it, we've got a presentation here. Let's make it to the FinCom. We had to ask questions about renovation costs, which popped out. We had to ask questions about what's the terms of the lease. We got the two appraisals, a lot of stuff we had to ask for. And I think it would have been much better for you folks asking us to vote on this at this point in time to be upfront with us. I mean, I'm being honest, I find this very frustrating. And I don't get very frustrated, but I won't say
I
anymore.
certainly understand, but just as part of renovation costs, just as a reminder, that was discussed at your March 15th meeting. That number, the 150 was discussed at your March 15th meeting.
To be fair, that renovation cost was Mike's guesstimate. That wasn't based on any concrete evidence.
It's still an estimate because we haven't had a contractor go into the building and put it up the walls for determination. So it's the same estimate that we provided back on March 15th.
Right, the estimate, the number is the same, but it's not founded on any concrete support.
Correct.
I suppose, Jim, part of the hard part is in all these old buildings, you don't know what you get until you get into the walls.
Agreed, and this is an old building, so I'm guessing that $125,000 to $150,000 is probably going to be closer to half of what the actual costs are going to be. Between materials, the cost of materials, the rarity of materials, etc. I'm thinking it's way off.
Well, I think the number one thing right now in cost is lumber, and there won't be a lot of lumber needed for renovations.
No, but you said you have to update the electric and the plumbing.
We don't.
That's what we're anticipating.
We may.
Yeah, kitchens and baths are the big expense.
The kitchen is being removed, so we're not putting in a kitchen. It's only the baths. The kitchen, there's no kitchen being renovated here. Kitchen is being demolished.
Okay, I would like to try again to get this material to the members. So I'm not sure how to do that. Jane has tried, I've tried twice. I just don't know how to do it.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, you might send a list of the emails to Mr. Coleman, and he might be able to do it from there.
Jane, would you be willing to do that?
Sure, I'll do it right now.
Okay, well, let's move on for now, unless there's any other comments from FinCom that we want, or questions for Mr. Walsh or Mr. Coleman. Okay.
If I may, Madam Chair, just before, I know you're switching over to the planning board, but
Yes.
I did want to make this statement that, tonight, the select board at least took up the consideration of the planning board article, which has been somewhat contentious, I would say, over the multifamily residential overlay district. And although we don't take an official vote on it because it's not an article that comes before the select board, all of the members expressed support, if you will, for the planning board article, figuring that it was better to have put something forward to the state than to sit and wait. And so I just wanted to put that out there, and I will, listen to the presentation as well, but I just wanted to say to the FinCom members that the select board members think that it is perhaps better to get in front of this before the state and say, at least we're making a good faith effort to get there before the finalization comes down, because it is going to become law. The question is, how much is it going to be changed or modified? And I think if we put a good faith effort towards that, we will stand a better opportunity in front of the state agencies and perhaps a judge at some point in time, whether it's the land court or superior court. So with that, I'm not gonna influence your decision, but I did want to let you know where the select board came down on this article as well.
Yeah, I think that's important, and I really appreciate that you shared that with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move on then to the planning board articles. Jane, who from the planning board will join us?
Let me just move them in right now. Nora is with us, and I am going to move Kate Wynn in, and Ellen Rawlings, and David Atkins. And I don't see Chris, Nora. Is Chris going to join us?
Yes, Chris is already
I'm here.
in,
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay.
and then Tom McCusker needs to be brought
I
in.
see Tom. He's my last one.
Yes,
Okay, great. And so you are all in. And I do have a question. Oh, let me see.
Okay, Jane, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so the next portion of the meeting is to ask questions of the planning board of all of their articles. We know that last meeting, we began to take a vote on the planning board articles, discovered we didn't have the final language. So we now do have the final language. You've all seen it. It's been distributed to everybody. And so the purpose of tonight is for the FinCom to be able to ask questions of the planning board related to those articles, and also for the public and press to be able to do so. So Chris, would you like me to turn it over to you?
Sure. I was under the impression we weren't presenting, but just answering.
No, yeah, that's true. You're not presenting, you're just answering questions, but I was told you wanted to continue your planning board public hearing. Is that not true?
Sorry, I apologize. Yes, we need to open our meeting as a planning board meeting, and we'll do a quick roll call vote to open our meeting. Dave?
Here.
Ellen?
here,
Kate?
here.
Tom? Tom is not here? I thought he was. Okay, well, we have a quorum, so I
Tom is here. He's just muted. Tom, could you unmute and just confirm that you can hear?
didn't see him.
I see him as the last person in the screen. Are you able to unmute, Tom? All right, well, while he works on that, I guess just continue and take any questions that the FinCom has about these 6 warrant articles.
Thank you.
The FinCom has heard the planning board present on these articles. And you received a lot of additional information on the one article that Mr. Walsh referenced, including a letter from Superintendent of Schools and a memo from the planning board. So you all have a lot of new information, as well as the presentations you've already heard. So it's an opportunity for all of FinCom and the public and press to ask any questions or of the planning board that they would like to do so. Anybody? George?
I still can't find the number or the dollar amount that in a hypothetical situation, if the FinCom says we don't agree with the Tumble Bus development or the development on University Station, what is the dollar amount that we will be foregoing in potential state grants or funding for projects down the road if the town decides not to support it? Because I believe that's what we were told. If we vote against it and we don't agree with what's being put forth, we run the risk of sacrificing grant money or funding from the state for certain things. We have yet to hear what that dollar amount is. And this is a financial board. That's a financial number. To me, that's necessary.
So if I could respond to that, there are 4 grants that are specifically listed in the new law that we would become ineligible for if we did not have a by right multifamily district. Of those 4 grant types, we have had one of those types in the last 10 years, the MassWorks grant. We received a grant of $5.5 million that was used to do work on the intersection of University Avenue and Canton Street. We may in the future apply for and receive additional MassWorks grants. We applied for one for Washington Street. I don't know if Todd Fortune is still here, but it was a couple of years ago and we were not selected to receive that grant. It's possible that they...
Nora, where are you reading this?
I'm not reading this. I'm
Is this
speaking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find out where. Okay, please continue.
Sure. So I know that we had received a $5.5 million MassWorks grant in the past. I know that we applied for another MassWorks grant for the Washington Street project. We were not successful. And I know that we intend to apply for additional MassWorks grants in the future. I can't set a price on what they would be because they're project specific. I also know that the Department of Housing and Community Development, in drafting its draft guidelines and responding to town questions about those guidelines, has already said that although the law specifically mentions 4 grant programs, DHCD in its discretion may make towns that do not comply ineligible for additional grant programs that have yet to be named. Now, whether those would be the Green Communities grant programs or the Complete Streets grant programs that we take full advantage of here in Westwood, we just don't have any way of knowing. But we do know that all state and federal grant programs have eligibility criteria, and the state and the federal government can change that criteria at will. So our concern is to do everything we can to remain eligible for any grants that we may be able to take advantage of in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wasn't the answer I was hoping for, but thank you for the honest answer.
I'm sorry, I just realized I was muted. I'm so sorry. Jim, you have your hand up, I think.
Thank you, but Christina had her hand up first. Do you want to take me out of line or?
Sorry, I didn't notice. Christina, if you'd like to go first, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Sure. Thanks, Jim. Just a quick question for you. So, reading through the proposal from the state or the law from the state, there seems to be a lot of requirements to building these apartments. Like we have to add lighting, we have to add sidewalks, we have to have green space. Who pays for that? Is that the town, and is the state getting any money? Are we getting any money from the state to comply with this?
So the law itself doesn't have any of those requirements. I think you're probably reading the draft guidelines that specify requirements in the development. Okay. All development costs are they are costs that apply to a developer who develops under this bylaw. So what the law does is require towns and cities to adopt a zoning district. They do not require development within that district. They require us to provide a district that could facilitate development. Then a developer would have to come in, purchase land, and develop that land at their own cost.
So the developers would have to build town sidewalks?
Yes, that's a common occurrence. When you have a development that goes forward, if the infrastructure is not sufficient to support that development, the developer must improve the infrastructure.
Sewer, lighting, all that? Everything.
Sewer, water, lighting, sidewalks, traffic studies, if there are intersection improvements that need to be made, re-signalizations, those are all part of the development. You can look at the Islington Center redevelopment as an example there. The developer paid for the redevelopment, including the sidewalks, including new lighting fixtures. They are responsible for swapping out the signals on the Washington Street, East Street intersection once the select board approves the new signalization. So those costs, the sewerage, the new electricity that went to the new buildings, all of that is at the developer's cost.
Thank you.
Jim.
Thank you. The article as drafted is not in total compliance with the requirements of the statute. And I see here you submitted a letter to the Honorable Michael Kennedy on March 21st, basically asking him to accept the town's partial compliance. I don't presume that you have a response back. So wouldn't it be better to wait for his response before passing a half compliant article? And if he says, yes, we accept your terms, we have two town meetings. And if he says no, then we can rewrite it before we've passed something that doesn't suit the statute and may harm the town. After all, we're not out of compliance until after December 23rd. So the town's not going to take any adverse action against us until after that time. The state rather isn't going to take any adverse action. So why wouldn't we wait for the response?
Why don't I start, and then I'm sure Chairman Papp will take over from there. And I also think Town Council Pat Ahern will have some comments. So first of all, I don't believe I don't believe it's accurate to say that our bylaw is not in compliance with the law. I believe it is in full compliance with the law. The area where it's not in full compliance is the draft guidelines that DHCD has produced to enforce the law. The law itself simply requires that we adopt a district of reasonable size that has density of a minimum of 15 units per acre and that is within a half a mile of a transit station in Westwood. We have done that. Our draft bylaw fully complies with the letter and the spirit of the law. It is deficient in that it doesn't propose a minimum of 50 acres, and that is required in the draft guidelines produced by the Department of Housing and Community Development. And it's deficient in that it doesn't achieve the number of units that those draft guidelines call for. As we discussed at the hearing on March 1st, the draft guidelines set Westwood as a bus community, despite the fact that we have 2 community rail stations within our borders and 1 within a half a mile of our border in another town. As a bus community, the draft guidelines require us to have 20% of all the housing units we already have in town be multifamily housing units. We believe that is more than a reasonable number, and we are opposing that. The letter that you discussed, the planning board sent a letter and the select board sent a letter. The letters are due by March 31st, and I think they will not be responded to individually until after that date. So we have not heard anything yet. As to your concern about the town taking steps that could harm the town, I would argue we're doing exactly the opposite. We are taking steps to protect the town. We are proposing 3 individual districts that would be part of this overlay district, 2 of which already have multifamily development in far excess of the density that is required by this new law. And the third one that is already zoned in a manner that could allow for residential or mixed use development at the density that is required by this law. The difference is the current zoning requires a special permit for that residential and mixed use development. The proposed zoning would allow that by right as required in the law. So while the new law says that we shall adopt a multifamily district that allows this type of development by right, that is what we are attempting to comply with. I believe doing so protects the town. It does not harm the town. And I don't believe there's any benefit to waiting for the draft guidelines to be finalized. I believe that by taking action now, we put the town in the best possible position to defend against any action that can be brought against the town.
But in your own words, the article is deficient in a couple of areas.
With regard to the draft guidelines, yes, it is, but not with regard to the law.
Right. I also circulated, well, among the board, I don't know if the planning board received a copy. There was a KP Law did a presentation with the the town of Lincoln about a year ago, and it was the attorney's opinion that the penalty for not complying with the statute is in the statute, and therefore developers would not have the right to come into town and mandate a particular area to develop. I listened to the select board's hearing earlier this evening, and Mr. Hearn said he has a different opinion, although he said he disagreed with some of his colleagues. So clearly there are other people out there with the same opinion as KP Law. I was wondering if, Mr. Hearn, you've done any research and you have any case law or anything to hold your opinion to?
So there's no case law around this statute at this point in time. It's just recently been promulgated, and the guidelines are not even finalized.
Not so much to this statute, but regarding the opinion that the penalty is in the statute. If that's the case, does the developer still have the right to mandate a zone, or the penalty is in the statute and the developer can't mandate?
So here's how I view it, just so you understand my thinking. So a developer's not going to come into town tomorrow and try and mandate an area. But somewhere down the road, I certainly could see a developer come in, do some parcel combination within a half mile, and try and force the town, especially in those towns that don't comply at all, and just say, we're not complying with this. An aggressive developer could in theory, I believe, sue a town that is not in compliance with the law to try and force unwanted development on a town. Developers have been doing that for a long time. I saw the presentation for the KP lawyer, and he is correct in that right now the punishment is in the statute. But if you read the guidelines, there's a section in the guidelines where Department of Housing and Community Development says they reserve the right to advance other punitive measures against cities and towns. I'm paraphrasing it, not quoting it. So it's not unusual from my perspective, and I try and think about these things of what would an opponent do, that a developer who has a piece of property within a half mile of the station, especially if we choose nothing, tries to force our hand on something. And even if we're successful in defending our zoning against that, it will involve litigation and expense. So I think I've always been of the belief that anytime you're involved in litigation, you want to look more reasonable to the judge and or the jury than your opponent. And us passing partial compliance, I think, could buy us a lot of goodwill moving forward. So I think it's possible 2, 3, 5 years down the road, the developers will get aggressive, especially if there's non-compliance on a large scale across the county.
Okay, thank you.
George Hertz, I think you were the next one with your hand up.
I know we'll talk about this in deliberations. I just want to make a few comments. I view the planning board as, per our charter, pretty much responsible for the general physical, economic, and environmental planning of the town. They are an elected board. And I think the 5 members represent, actually geographically represent the town fairly well. I have watched the planning board over the years, and to see the planning board come to us with a unanimous recommendation on a very, very complicated, complex article is in itself, I think, a very positive statement. At the end of the day, I think that they have taken a position that, in my opinion, protects the town. It may not be 100% accurate, but at the end of the day, I think the town putting a stake in the ground and having a very good reputation with the state in terms of trying to develop affordable housing. And I think we're complimented by the state. We're one of the few towns that doesn't try and do all of its affordable housing in one area. We spread it throughout the town. So we have a good relationship with the state. And I think they will respect what Westwood is attempting to do. And there was one other issue. I mean, I've read all the letters, all the material. People were also concerned about the Downey School. I think in the superintendent's response, she clearly addressed that it's a type of district that overflow will be able to go to the wonderful new Hanlon Deerfield School, which has will have on a short-term basis, a lot of available space. So at the end of the day, I'm going to say it now and I'll say it in our deliberations. I think the planning board has done a remarkable job. I think FinCom members have raised some very, very legitimate issues. But at the end of the day, as with the selectmen, I hope that the Finance and Warrant Commission will give very, very heavy support to the planning board for this effort they put in to protect the town and comply with the law and frankly, some very unpleasant regulations that hopefully will evolve over time. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Christine, I think you were next.
Thank you. So look, I think the planning board has done a decent job with this, and I truly appreciate and value what you guys have done. I am, however, concerned that we haven't explored the idea of zoning areas that have already been developed with multifamily housing. Like, why didn't we take that approach and then, you know, reassess as we get more information?
So our zone does include the 2 areas of the town that already have multifamily housing. Westwood has very little multifamily housing right now. The 2 largest areas are the Gables at University Station and the Westwood Place at University Station. There are others as well, a few. We have in Islington Center, we have 2 multifamily housing structures. They're much smaller. We have the one at 321 Washington Street, and we have one at I think it's 282, 298 Washington Street. Those 2 districts are not included in this, this first step compliance attempt by the planning board. The planning board has discussed that if this is not enough, if we're not successful in getting DHCD to revise their draft guidelines to allow this to be full compliance for Westwood, that they could consider going up Washington Street and taking additional land and putting that in this same zone. They didn't think that was necessary at this time, and they are proposing a zone that the planning board believes is of reasonable size for Westwood. So they have left it there with the 2 existing multifamily properties at University Station and the 1 new property at Everett Street.
But we're adding another zone on top of all the already developed multifamily areas. So like, I guess that's my real kind of question. Why wouldn't we have tried to make the argument that we feel like we are in compliance? We're a small town. We have a small number of houses, a small number of residents, and we do have quite a bit of multifamily housing that was developed quite recently.
But not developed by right. So the law is very clear that it requires by right zoning. And the zoning we have at University Station is not by right zoning. It has a very
but we could
specific
change
requirement.
that. We could zone that.
That's what we're attempting to do here. We're attempting to rezone that by putting another overlay district on top of it.
Yeah, and adding another whole area to be developed.
Well, there's no question. There's no question that we're adding 1 area to be developed, but that's been a blighted area for a long time. And I've been involved in town politics for a long time. And I can tell you, there have been multiple efforts or initiatives or desires to do something with the Foster Brick area or the Tumble Fund bus area, whatever you want to call it. It's a blighted area. It has environmental problems. And so in some ways, I think we're trying to make lemonade out of lemons with this particular statute. The other 2 areas have already been developed and are going to be there for 45 or 50 years. None of us on any of these boards are going to have to worry about. I know I'm not going to have to worry about it moving forward. So
I would just add
a good strategy to pursue.
I would just add to that the new spot that we're adding at Everett Street already has the capability of being developed for multifamily housing or mixed use development under a special permit. By making it a use that's allowed by right, we get to take advantage of this law. We get to show that we are attempting to comply with this law. If there's a decision not to go forward with this, the planning board can still approve a development on that same parcel for multifamily or mixed use housing by special permit, but doing so doesn't move the ball forward, doesn't get us closer to compliance, and doesn't protect us against our concerns that somewhere along the line, and Pat is more optimistic than I am. I've heard from other developers who I know are chomping at our heels. And I do believe we will see a lawsuit sooner rather than later if we don't comply.
Chris, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Diane. Yeah, a couple of things. And Nora, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the reason why the planning board may not have included a lot of other parcels is the requirement in the law itself, not the guidelines, but the law itself, that the parcel has to accommodate at least 15 units per acre. And our lots are not that big.
That's true. It would require, if the planning board at a future step has to bring in more acreage to this new overlay district, it would involve combining lots, individual lots, to gain larger area. There are some lots along the south end of Washington Street that the board looked at, and they looked at seriously. And you know, I think there was some consideration of adding those at this time, but they are all very small and would have to be joined together by a single developer. And the board simply didn't feel it was necessary at this time. They believe that it is reasonable for Westwood to have a zone of 16 acres exactly as proposed. And that's what they're hoping to bring to the state and try and demonstrate that we are in compliance with the law.
And a follow-up question for Pat. I may be wrong about this, but I seem to recall that years ago, if an article was voted to be indefinitely postponed, the same article couldn't be brought for 3 years. I don't find that in the general bylaws any longer. Was that changed?
I don't know if it was changed, but I have a memory of that as well, and I have not looked it up. But my memory of it also is that the planning board can bring something back within the 3 years, but not a petition article for zoning. Okay, so there's a little bit of a difference there. So the planning board can bring something back as soon as next year, is my memory, but not someone from outside the planning board.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Gay, you have your hand up?
I do indeed, thank you. I just want to thank again the planning board for all the work they've done on this. I know this has been a difficult one to get through, and watching all of the meetings and the deliberation that you've gone through has been commendable. I want to just call back some experience that I had on the comprehensive town plan, and this, if we put everything aside for whether or not it makes sense to move forward with this now or to wait till we get responses from the state. Putting all of that aside, I'm in favor of this project because it's in line with who we are as a town and what we all came together to voice our views of the future and where we want Westwood to go. So offering affordable housing and doing that isn't necessarily something that we should cringe at. It's something that we embrace. So I'm for the project and just want to thank the planning board.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a bunch of public. Do we have any? We have more. Oh, we do have more. Jim Farrar, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, can I just jump in there? I keep hearing low and moderate or affordable housing. I mean, there are no restrictions on this, right? So it's going to be fair market housing. We're not setting aside anything for low and moderate income housing.
So the bylaws written so that, like any other multifamily development in Westwood, 15% is required to be affordable. 85% of a proposed development could be by right market rate housing, but 15% of the units would have to be affordable to meet Westwood's requirements. That's the same we require in any special permit project throughout town, and it's what we would require in this law. And we have heard from the Department of Housing and Community Development that type of restriction is permissible.
Okay, in the original, I don't remember if it was a guideline or statute, they wanted the town to increase its housing stock by 20%. So they were looking for Westwood to add 1,100 units. How many units are you expecting under your written draft?
So that's in the guidelines. It's not in the law. The depending on how those final guidelines are developed, we'll know exactly what that number is. But this proposal would add at the Everett Street property a total of 102 new units of housing, of which 15% would be affordable. And those would be added in addition to the existing units. There are 450 existing units at University Station. So it would be 552 total units.
Again, subject to the final guidelines.
Right. Everything is subject to the final guidelines, which we're not sure when we will see. But we know the law, what the law requires, and the law simply requires a district of reasonable size within a half a mile of transit, where by right development is allowed at a minimum density of 15 units per acre.
Thank you.
And that we achieve.
Okay, Mr. Walsh, you would like to make a comment, I believe.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to say that, 2 out of 3 of these areas that are being zoned, the housing is already there. So we know the impact on the schools, we know the impact on the police department, we know the impact on the fire, water, traffic, as Fran Fusco has pointed out in her question. We already know the impact on 2 out of 3 of these zones. So it seems to me that if we're going to take a proactive approach, and maybe that's the whole issue, do we take a proactive approach? And I think I've already discussed that. My vote is yes, you take a proactive approach because you say we are moving in that direction. The guidelines were not finalized, but in our town, we already know the impact on 2 out of 3 of these zones. All we're adding is 1 more, which we would love to have developed in a minute. So I think from that perspective, I don't see why anyone still has reservations about allowing this article to go forward with a favorable vote. Thank you.
Mr. Atkins.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Nora had said. The inclusion of those addition of the existing zones or the existing buildings, they're currently at a higher density. Like they are currently developed at a higher density than this law requires, and so it actually gets us closer to any kind of overall number. The fact that we're including existing developed property that is at a higher density than the law requires. So it's just an extra, I think that's an important point. And then back to the third location, the fact that it is currently zoned for multifamily, it's just limited through that special permit process. So it's really, we've chosen the best locations to get us towards the goal that have the least overall impact. If you are thinking of choosing a location, for example, like we didn't even really talk much about, creating whole new zones around the train stations, because, that would involve disrupting existing neighborhoods, or, depending on your point of view, it creates the opportunity for someone to buy up some houses and then redevelop it. And that kind of thing seemed like we don't need to go there. We have 3 locations, 2 of them are already built, and the third one is already zoned for multifamily, but not by right. So if we add that, then it gives us a strong position.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a couple of people in the chat who would like public comments. Lou Rizzolo from 120 Arcadia Road would like to speak. Jane, can you bring Mr. Rizzolo in?
Move Lou in. Lou, unmute. Let me do it. Lou?
Yeah, I think, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I sent a letter, and so I won't repeat what's in this, but just to go over a few things. As I mentioned there in the letter, I'm the chairman of the Westwood Housing Authority and president of the Westwood Affordable Housing Associates. And I've been involved in affordable housing in Westwood for over 30 years. I'm speaking just for myself, and I made that pretty clear in the letter. So no votes were taken as to support or not to, or to oppose this. But what I think we need to consider what happened at where Chase Estates is, because the idea of the town, I've been a resident of Westwood for more than 40 years. And I remember what happened, and the selectmen at that particular point asked me to head up the affordable housing group, which I was happy to do. And a developer came in and decided that he was going to put up 300 condos, and condos weren't allowed at that time in Westwood, and it didn't matter. Can you imagine what it would have done to the schools, to public safety, to public works that we have here? So the town spent megabucks, and I do mean that, on legal fees. They hired Hale and Dorr and engineers. And finally, we were able to work out, because DHCD came up with this LIP program and developed the 100 units at Chase Estates and the units at Cedar Hill. This law isn't going away. I mean, I've heard this from your members of FinCom at the last meeting that you had. I served as the chief legal counsel to the Massachusetts House of Representatives for 25 years. And I would have to say that the chances of a change in this law are pretty slim and probably non-existent. So they're going to depend on some changes that DHCD will come up with in the guidelines. If we go back to the idea of let's just wait till they make a perfect law, that's not going to happen. And if we go back to the idea of let's just wait for next year, the year after, or whatnot, we may find ourselves in the same position that we found ourselves in the late 1980s, which is that we are at the mercy of a developer, and we don't want to be there. There is enough in here. The planning board has done an outstanding job of putting this article together, and they ought to be commended for it. And it's a reasonable article. I strongly urge you to vote in favor or recommend favorable action on this. You know how much the town meeting relies on FinCom, and they should, because of all the time you spend on these articles. And then we will be working, Nora came up with, has some contacts at DHCD, Pat does, I do. So we will be working with these various groups in the state to come forward and to try to have our ideas be put into the next guidelines that DHCD comes out with. What I fear is what's in the law now for affordable housing. Each community is supposed to have at least 10% of its housing in affordable. In the late 1980s, we had about 7 or 8% of it. And we were one of the top quarter of communities in the state. I'd say top 25%, but it was all elderly. And this developer came in and said, you virtually have no family affordable housing. Well, since then, Westwood has been absolutely fantastic. Town meeting in 2018 appropriated $1 million for affordable housing to buy units up. We have 13 units that Wahar owns now. They're spread all over town. I dare to say, if anyone wants to take a ride with me up and down High Street or Gay Street, you're not going to be able to tell me which ones are affordable and which ones are market rate. The town has done a great job with this, and I strongly urge you to vote favorably on this article.
Thank you. We have one more public comment, and then Chris and Kate. I know you also want to speak, but let me just do this one public because it's already been addressed. Fran Fusco from 20 Pine Lane says, how can the town approve this rezoning, not knowing the potential implications that would be detrimental to the school system, police, fire, water, and traffic? So I believe that that question has already been addressed. So, Chris.
Thank you. It's hard to introduce new discussion points here because I think that Pat and Nora have covered it incredibly well. But I do think that it's important that the FinCom hear the reasoning from the planning board as to why we pursued this. When we were first approached with this law, and we had a decision to be made, and that was, do we ignore it or do we approach it proactively? And we agreed unanimously to help protect the town in the way that we can, and that's by zoning. And so we took the proactive protection approach that was echoed by our town council, whose advice we follow. I believe for us to ignore this, especially in the absence of any case law, it would be reckless on the part of the planning board to simply ignore the advice of our town council. So I understand that there are people in the state that differ in opinions, but it's important to understand right now, that's all anyone has is an opinion on the matter. And I don't believe that the planning board is in a position to believe one attorney over our town council simply because they're speaking louder or they're saying what other people want to hear. So we're following the advice of our town council. We believe it's correct. And we believe that zoning is our path to protection. Add to that the specifics of what we are asking to zone, the Everett Street location. I believe it's currently at least 2, maybe 3 zones. Nora, the underlying zone is highway business?
Highway business with a flexible
also
multi-use overlay district.
Multi-use overlay. So that is a practice employed throughout the state. Adding another an overlay district onto that is not contrived. It's us making use of the tools at our disposal to help us. And as was mentioned before, it's zoned for that anyway right now. The only difference is it's a special permit. Sorry, I took some notes here. We don't want the zone to go developed in a way that we can't take credit for this. So zoning it this way simply is going, and the numbers I think bear out, 102 units will produce possibly 30 some children. No idea how old those children are going to be or what schools they're going to be a part of. But when asked, how is this going to affect our town financially, we don't know because we don't have a project. But the worst case scenario that we see is 102 new units yielding possibly 30 some odd children from K to 12. So we do believe that that is something that our town can absorb. As I made reference to a Westwood Estates subdivision on Canton Street, off of Canton Street, believe we produced somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 55 bedrooms in 11 homes. Nobody balked at that. It was a by right community, just as this is going to be a by right community. So the town will educate those children who move to town. That's our job. And we believe that doing it in this way, zoning it in this manner, will only protect us. It won't put us at risk. We are the zoning board in our town. We believe this is our best course of action. I understand there are differing opinions. That's just being an American. That's fine. But we believe this is our duty as educated, elected officials of our town. This is why we're put in our positions. So I wanted you to understand the collective voice of the planning board as we assembled last May when we first discussed this. And then we've had, I believe this is our 23rd hearing or a public meeting on the matter. So we've discussed this ad nauseum. We did not want to collectively grab homes within a half a mile of the Islington train station and just zone it. We knew how that was going to be reacted to. We picked the 3 best areas we thought suited our town for protection and as well as possible development. We want to see that area developed. The town is not getting nearly what it should be from what it is right now. So that's part of what we do with zoning. We try to attract new development. That's what we're trying to do here. We think it handles a number of different situations for the town. So I've urged you in the past. I'm urging you now, please consider supporting our article, as we really believe everything that's done here with the interest of protecting our town. And we think this does the best we can. I really don't want to put all our eggs in the spring of 2023 basket, because if we don't get support a year from now, and we don't pass at that town meeting, then there's no way we can be in compliance. So whatever objections you have now, if you can guarantee us that in 12 months, we can't present a whole lot more except possibly get it closer to 50, if that's what our charge is. There's not a whole lot more we can do. That's the only place that we're not in compliance with the guidelines. Again, as Nora said, with the law. But a year from now, things are not going to be significantly different. I don't think anyone thinks that number is going to come down to 6 acres and we're at 16. And now if people think that that's put us at risk, again, the 10 acres at University Station is not going to get developed. So I really don't think we're putting ourselves at risk for unwanted development. We want development. And if that's what goes at the Everstreet, if this is what comes to the Everstreet location, so be it. Welcome it. It's housing, it's new neighbors. It's the kind of development we can control. I know it's by right, but we can control it. We can't control it if we don't zone for it. So I'll leave it at that. I'm sorry for the long-winded discussion, but that's
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments. Kate, you also wanted to make a couple comments, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. FinCom, thank you so much for taking the time to have a really robust discussion around this. I just wanted to come back to a couple of points. Number one, just when it talks about when we're talking about a reasonable size, the statute itself says, and Nora, correct me if I'm wrong, the statute says we must have a zone of a reasonable size. And so this board spent a good amount of time looking at the zones that we do have in the town and determining what size we could say is reasonable for this town and be defendable legally with the state. It is a 16 acres. It's a very reasonable size when you look across the town at the zones that we have. So that was, we weren't just picking things out of a hat. We were very thoughtful. If you go back and look at our meetings, we were very thoughtful about the locations and the total acreage that we chose. There's arguments on either side, but I want you to understand we were very thoughtful and intentional. We, as Chris mentioned, we looked at this across 23 meetings. So I appreciate that it's relatively new for you and compared to 23 meetings, but for us, we spent a lot of time getting to know each other well as we discussed this. So this other thing that I just wanted to mention is it isn't just about, especially in Islington for me, it isn't just about complying with the law, and it's in our comprehensive plan that we have a more walkable community. Those things are true. But what I've seen in my neighborhood in the past year is that my neighbors are moving out. They have large homes and they don't want a large home anymore necessarily. They may not want to leave Westwood, but there aren't a lot of housing options for them. Their children have graduated high school. I'm going to see more for sale signs. We all will in the next couple of months. When folks are ready to downsize, there isn't necessarily a place for them to stay in Westwood. So I just want to highlight, it just is choice for our neighbors, a place to live where you can walk down the street, get an ice cream with your kids or your grandkids when they come into town, see a baseball game, the same games you've been seeing the whole time you've lived here. It's another way to live in this town and take advantage of all that it has to offer. So I just want to really paint that picture because I think that's what it means for me. One of my neighbors moved to where the former Westwood Lodge, and I helped with the sidewalks there. You know, I was like somehow touched that project, and I'd like to see some of my neighbors very happily situated in developed properties. You know, this way or another, planning board touches so many things. But I thank you for your time. And I ask you to just support this. We're trying to do the right thing by what the state is requiring of us and by our neighbors. You know, everyone affected by this, you are our neighbors. We are trying to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Mike, would you, do you want to bring us to closure here? Or I think I may have another question, but
Yeah,
Mike,
Ellen's
do you
right-
want
I
to?
see Ellen's raised her hand. She's right behind me. But I just want to say this, just in case anyone has a question. And I know Emily's not here, and if she was, she may have jumped off by now. But I did speak with Emily, and any students that are school-age children that come in from the Everett Street, which is the only one that's not developed, would go to the Hanlon. It has nothing to do with the Downey School. I did speak with Emily about that, and so you can quote me as having spoken to Emily, and that's what she reported, that any children that come out of the Everett Street development, if there is ever one, would be part of the Hanlon project and not the Downey.
We actually have a report from Emily that everybody has, and hopefully everybody's read, because that was a big issue. How would it affect the school? So Emily has written a report, and we've all received that.
Yeah, and I did that more for members of the public who do not have that report.
Oh, thank you, Mike. I should have known, but yes, it has been addressed. Tom,
Hi, Diane. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm, are we still in the Q&A portion and we're deliberating on this later?
yeah, we haven't even gotten to deliberations yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, I'm going to
Yeah.
save it for deliberation.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, if that is all of our Q&A and
there's a
comments
hand
on this, I'm sorry, did I miss
Ellen
something?
Rollins.
I'm sorry. Oh, Ellen, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I can't see your wave sign because your wall is yellow.
Yellow, oh, that makes sense. And there's a lot of faces on the screen, but thank you for giving me, I won't talk for long. I said this at our last planning board meeting, and I just kind of wanted to share it again in a larger forum. A lot of the conversations have, been centered around the fact that the state made this decision, which is true. And that got me thinking that, I plan to have some conversations with our state representative and our state senator, because this legislation passed the state Senate unanimously. And I believe there were only 4 folks who dissented in the state House of Representatives. So, and I'm hearing lots of concerns about, not even about the fact that it's multifamily housing, but from other communities about the law is very broad. There's a lot of concerns about the law itself and some of the contradictions in the guidelines. These are things that our state legislators need to hear. Because if they don't know, then they don't know that until after they've passed this legislation, which has been pointed out, it's very unlikely that they're going to really repeal any of that. I want to take a proactive approach and share some of these concerns about how this was handed down to all these 175 communities that are affected by it, with the folks that actually made that decision for all of us. And I would urge other people to do that as well, because I think it's important that this feedback not just be sent in a letter as we've done through the public comment period, but I think we should be reaching out to our representatives and our senators and letting them know how we feel about this legislation, pro, con, bad, good, whatever our opinions are. But the fact that the votes were so united at the state level, yet I'm hearing so much dissent at the community level and not just in Westwood, there's something's out of sync there. And I think that's really important. This is just one example, but there may be more things that come down from the state level that affect us like this, that we then have to figure out how to deal with it. So I just kind of, and I'm not passing the buck saying, oh, this came from on high. I mean, yes, it did come from the state level. We didn't as a community decide we were going to come up with this legislation, but a lot of the conversations I've been hearing have been about the law itself. And I do just wanted to put that out there, that I think it's really important that we communicate these details and these concerns or this praise or whatever it is, the feedback to the folks who actually drafted and passed this legislation.
Okay, thank you. So, Chris, would you like to bring your meeting to a close?
Sure. We
Chris,
should
excuse me,
continue
before
this.
you do that, could you just take a vote among the planning board members to make the typographical error corrections that were discussed? Those corrections were already sent to the Finance and Warrant Commission, except for one. I'm not sure if everyone received. I sent that today. The final housekeeping article had a misnumbering, and we just corrected the numbering. So if before you continue your hearing to April 12th, you could just have a vote of the board to adopt or accept and pass along the articles as corrected.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Can I just say so moved, Nora? That was a lot. Okay.
That'd
So
be
moved.
great.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'll go roll call vote. Kate,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Ellen,
Aye.
it's Tom.
Tom said he can hear, but I don't believe he can speak.
Is I'm not certain can he vote on this matter, Pat?
No.
Okay, didn't think so. And I vote aye as well. So it's 4 votes in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank you. And now if you could continue your hearing to Tuesday, April 12th at 7 p.m. via Zoom.
So before we continue the hearing, what about the other, are we going to take additional input or questions and answers on the other articles?
I don't believe there are any questions on the other articles. Am I correct about that? I don't see any hands or comments on the other articles. Oh, Chris.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chris, for changing the description of, I think it's Article 4. And now it reads correctly.
Any other comments on any of the other articles? No, I don't believe so. Okay, go ahead, guys.
All right, we had a motion. I'm not sure. Did we have a second to continue this? Sorry, I did, Pat. I can't.
Did not have a second.
Okay, a motion to.
Did you make the motion, Kate?
No, I don't think anyone's made a, so I'm going to make a motion that we continue to April 12th at 7 p.m. by Zoom.
Now you need a second.
Sorry, Ellen, did you say something?
Yes, second.
Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Ellen,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Tom.
Tom cannot vote on this.
Thank you. I vote aye also. So 4 in favor, 1 abstention. We're continued.
And now if you could just adjourn the meeting of the planning board, please.
All right, motion to adjourn.
So second.
Any discussion on adjournment? Okay, roll call vote. Kate,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Ellen,
Aye.
Tom is muted. I vote aye. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, so we have one more discussion before we go to our deliberation and votes, and that is the citizen petitions. We have the citizen with us, Dr. Peter Iddick. So do we have any questions? You received some additional information from the citizen. So do any members of FinCom have any questions for Dr. Iddick?
I thought I was going to be able to make some comments first.
You have new information that you want to talk about?
Yes, about the new information. I did send some material to you, particularly about the question that was raised previously about the net cost if Westwood adopts the clause 41C.5 senior exemption. This is actually difficult to calculate directly, as we discussed, because there is means testing on income based on limits set by the state in the so-called senior circuit breaker. And I don't have access to income information for senior homeowners in Westwood. Our finance director indicated she cannot project the cost for this reason as well. However, I did some work on this question. It's actually possible to extrapolate the cost based on the experience of the town of Ashland, which has adopted the clause 41C.5 exemption and has been using it since 2009. It works well for them. And the Ashland finance director reported that there are no significant budget complications. Ashland is a somewhat similar Boston suburb with a slightly larger population and a somewhat lower average income. Both towns have about 3,000 seniors over the age of 65. The details of my projection are in tables that I distributed to members. that I would like to post, if I may.
They have it, Peter. So if you're just going to read what they already have, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. I will, well, there may be citizens who might like to see it. In any case, this is some information from Ashland. My conclusion is that if Westwood has a similar response rate for seniors, we should expect the number of successful applicants to be about 5% larger than Ashland, or about 149. This estimate is probably too high, as Westwood generally has higher incomes than Ashland, and eligibility is limited to those with incomes below the limits set by the state. However, it allows an estimate of the cost. The exemption amount is limited by a formula related to the average assessed value of the homes in the town. And I estimate the exemption to be worth about $2,500 in Westwood. So based on 149 exemptions, this would cost about $372,000 per year. This would be partially offset by state reimbursement of $500 for each exemption up to a limit. Our finance director reported that Westwood would qualify for 37 of those reimbursements, or about $18,500. This leaves a net cost of about $354,000, as I showed here. This could be further offset by a reduction in the town contribution to the Aid to the Elderly and Disabled charity, or those funds could be used to offer larger supplemental grants in cases of extreme hardship. By comparison, the Westwood Aid to the Elderly and Disabled charity assists only 45 to 55 residents per year and provided only $1,800 in the last reported round. The clause 41C.5 exemption will provide more support to more senior homeowners. This cost estimate is for the first year only. Over time, the proposed exemptions will likely pay for themselves because the exemptions will allow seniors to stay in their homes longer. This saves money for the town because senior homeowners pay property taxes but are relatively light users of town services and mostly don't have children in the school system, which absorbs much of the Westwood budget. Westwood benefits by not pushing out the seniors. In the second and subsequent years, it will be much easier to estimate the impact on the budget, as was confirmed by the Ashland finance director, since the variation from year to year would probably be small. A member of the Westwood Council on Aging referred to this proposal as, quote, an article that acknowledges, supports, and values having and keeping seniors in our town, unquote. A flyer sent to residents about the Aid to the Elderly and Disabled charity says that Westwood has always been a community that cares deeply about our senior residents. Also, I would like to observe that the proposed Westwood exemption that was passed in 2000 but not implemented had the same issue concerning projecting the number of applications, those not being known in advance. And yet it was approved by the select board and by the finance commission and by the town meeting without an offer of partial state reimbursement. This was done a year after the Aid to the Elderly and Disabled charity was established in 1999 and was intended to be supplemental. The senior exemption approved in 2000 remains a promise that was not kept. We can and should do better for our seniors. The clause 41C.5 exemption is very similar with updated dollar limits and is a way to do this with partial state reimbursement. Over 50 citizens signed one or the other of these petitions. Had it not been for my concern about collecting signatures during an epidemic, I could easily have obtained many more signatures. This is an issue of great concern to seniors in Westwood. There are some details that bear repeating. An important detail is that if the clause 41C.5 senior exemption is approved at the town meeting, it will need to be ratified by the voters at the next town election using very specific language that is in the legislation. This means that the exemption will not take effect immediately, and is a reason that I will support the proposed $300,000 boost to the Aid to the Elderly and Disabled Fund for this year as an interim measure. Another detail is that I will not personally benefit from this proposal. And there are two articles, as you are aware. The article submitted in May would have Westwood accept all of the senior exemptions that it does not now accept, and any offered in the future. Important options that Westwood does not accept include the most generous option permitted, that of clause 41C.5, as well as the inflation adjustments allowed in clauses 17E and F for widows, and the increased benefits allowed in clause 57. The town attorney specifically suggested narrowing the scope of the legal reference rather than citing all of Chapter 9 of the Massachusetts laws. The newer article submitted in October reflects that suggestion. I considered withdrawing the original article in favor of the new one, but I was told that I would need the signatures of all of the original signers in order to do so. I would still drop that one if it is possible. If it is not, the original article is broader and may be helpful in the future. Finally, I request that the October article that refers specifically to the clause 41C.5 exemption be listed first in the warrant, as it is the more important of the two with more immediate effect and reflects the recommendation of the town attorney for more specific legal reference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you take your screen down, please? All right, are there any questions for the from FinCom? Are there any Mr. Perea, please.
Yeah, so Peter, is your estimate, do you include in your estimate the 50 or so seniors that are getting aid under the current plan?
No.
So your estimate of $350,000.
149 individual homeowners.
Right, so your estimate of $350,000 is an additional cost on top of the current program.
The Aid to the Elderly and Disabled charity may have its standards adjusted once it receives this new $300,000 funding. And I'm not sure what those new standards are, will be. That's perhaps something that we might discuss in connection with that proposal. But they are separate issues.
Any other questions? Bill.
Just quickly, because that was a lot. So I want to kind of boil down what I'm hearing. And I'm just kind of looking for a yes or no answer, Peter, on this. But our finance director could not make any estimates around this. So you decided to go off on your own and do something using one town as a baseline for your estimates. And that's what you've presented to us as new. But there's no one financially backing who can actually say that they can calculate a number, correct?
The members of this commission asked for an estimate, and I went out and did one. Our finance director has not presented an estimate. I hope that she might, but that has not happened.
George.
I would defer back to the previous meeting where Mr. Kilgariff brought up an excellent point, and I'm going to ask the question again. So if we're giving a discount amnesty credit to the seniors, there's still a pizza that's going to get split up. So who's making up the difference? It's not like a tax refund, because a tax refund is when you've overpaid during the year and you're getting money back from an overpayment. So that's not a fair analogy. There's a set amount that is anticipated by the town in tax dollars. If we're crediting the seniors, somebody else has got to make it up. So who's making it up?
We went through this before. The tax calculation would continue. I believe that over time, these exemptions would actually save money because they would allow senior homeowners to stay in their homes longer. And they mostly do not have children in the schools. If you have children in the schools, even if you have $1 million home, you're being subsidized by the other taxpayers in Westwood. The students cost about $20,000 a piece. If you have $1 million home, you're paying less than $15,000. So you're being subsidized.
That's not an accurate statement. But
why not?
Because, well,
okay. Thank you, George. Mr. Walsh, I think you want to make a statement. Mike, you're muted if you.
Sorry, I was looking at my notes, so I'm sorry about that. So I did have a couple questions for Mr. Iddig. So, Mr. Iddig, when you say that the seniors do not use town services, you're really referring to the schools, right? Because anyone who has a police scanner can see that most ambulances are called to senior housing or seniors' houses. Would you agree with that?
I'm referring specifically to senior homeowners. This article concerns senior homeowners. And
but when you say
there was a question about my comment that Westwood senior homeowners are relatively light users of town services, and a person referred to the senior center particularly. But the cost of the senior center is about $400,000 per year for about 3,000 seniors in town. So that's about $132 per person, while the average property tax on homeowners is over $10,000 per year.
And how about fire and medical services in town? Have you checked with the fire chief as to those numbers for quote town services?
No, I have not done that. I have not. I have not called the police recently, nor have I called the fire department. My expectation is that senior homeowners are relatively light users of those services as well.
I'm sorry, what did you say your expectation was? Is that like the words you use, likely, possible, continue to use likely? I'll skip that for a second. Let me ask you one last question. Under your proposed 149 individuals, let me ask you this. How many would be exempt because of the circuit breaker in Westwood?
How many would be exempt because
how many would not qualify because they're over the circuit breaker number?
I have not projected that number.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Yeah, Tom.
Thanks, Diane. Peter, in your notes regarding cost, you said the cost estimates for the first year only. Over time, the proposed exemptions will probably pay for themselves. And the paragraph prior to that, the exemption is limited, amount is limited by a formula related to the average assessed value of homes in the town. So over time, the proposed exemptions will probably pay for themselves. Does that mean the cost will go down, the cost will go up, or the cost will remain the same in your estimate? And then I have a follow-up.
The exemptions would continue. What I'm referring to there is that not pushing out the senior homeowners saves money for the town, because the folks who might move in may be more expensive, particularly they may add children to the schools.
Well, there was a lot of, you said the cost estimate is for the first year only. And then you said, again, the proposed exemptions probably pay for themselves. But the but the formula is based on average assessed values of homes, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I was referring to the net cost to the town.
Right, but the exemption, the exemption, the cost of the program is based on assessed values of homes in town.
The cost of the individual exemption is based on the average assessed value in the town.
Right, and property values typically go up. So would it then not make sense, be reasonable to think that the cost estimate would also go up?
The dollar amount of the exemption, yes, is related to the average assessed value in the town. And if the average assessed value goes up, then the exemption value would go up, yes.
Thanks. Thank
So
you.
it is, in a sense, it is indexed for inflation in a peculiar way.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions in FinCom, and I don't see any questions in the chat from public or press. Jane, do you?
Oh, there was a comment earlier in the evening. Did you read that into the record, Diane? Did I miss that?
Let me look to see if I can see what you're talking about. Brian Clinton. I don't have his address.
He had put it in, I think, earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not. I think that comment was covered in the
44
question.
Baker Street.
What is it?
44 Baker Street.
44
Baker Street.
Okay, thanks for making my point, Mike. Seems the selectmen had a lot more information than was provided in the meeting.
In fairness, Diane, there was a question before and I answered his question and now that's his response.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go back to the answered questions. He says, it seems that the select board knows a lot more about the renovation than they are disclosing. Who decided to remove the kitchen? Maybe that would be a good site for a future pop-up restaurant. And I responded that most of the equipment doesn't work and there's not even a secondhand market for it. And that is what he was responding to.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. All right, so I think we may be ready to close the question and answer portion of this meeting and move to deliberation and votes. Jane, am I right about that?
If we are done with questions and answers, then we need to do the minutes. from
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from, oh dear, Jane, what was that date?
March 15th.
March 15th. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from March 15th?
So moved.
So moved.
We have a second? Okay. Any comments on the minutes?
Yeah, Diane, unfortunately, I think there's a typo in the minutes.
No.
On the very last page, when the recitation about what we did, it says let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On the 8th line down, it references SB Article 2 and then SB Article 3, and I think that's supposed to be Planning Board Article 2 and Planning Board Article 3.
Thank you very much for catching that.
Just have Jane look at it and check and make sure.
I've got
Yes,
it here,
yes, thank you.
Board 3.
Any other comments on the minutes? Okay, can we do a roll call, Jane, on the motion?
I'm sorry, there were 2 voices for the second. Who was the second on that?
Alex?
Thank you. Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela.
Angela, you're muted.
Still muted.
She could be frozen.
She could be frozen.
Peter Ittig,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris Prada,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Angela, are you with us?
Mm. Angela, maybe you want to try to go out and come back in again. I don't know if that would help.
I think
Okay, so,
that passes.
okay, all right, so let's go on. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna move to FinCom deliberations and votes on all the remaining warrant articles. And Mr. Ahern is here as town council to give us just a brief educational comment on what votes we will be how do I phrase this, Pete? And so Pat, I'm tongue-tied here. He's going to help us understand the difference between yes, no, and indefinite postponement. Is that true?
Happy to help, yes.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Kilgara, if I understand you have a screen you're going to put up for me. Technology.
I'm gonna
still
do
not
my
old school.
I'm gonna do my darndest.
I trust you, sir.
Your trust might be misguided, but I appreciate it. Let's see here.
Complete faith.
All right, we're gonna share. Here we go. Desktop one sharing.
Okay, so very good. So the FinCom has a very important position and job. You make recommendations to the town meeting. Your recommendation is what first acted upon at town meeting. So basically you can vote basically three things. You can make the motion to approve or recommend in favor of an article. And if a majority of you agree with the recommendation, or if you agree with the recommendation, you vote yes. If you don't agree, you can vote no. Okay, all warrant articles, when discussed on the merits of town meeting, can be amended on the floor of town meeting. The moderator generally insists on the amendments to be in writing, so there's no confusion. There is something called indefinite postponement. If the Warrant Commission, Finance and Warrant Commission, recommends indefinite postponement, this is the equivalent that no action be taken. If you agree with that, you vote yes. If you do not agree, you vote no. A motion for indefinite postponement can't be amended at town meeting floor and must be defeated by a majority of those present at town meeting for the article to be considered at the floor of town meeting. So if you voted indefinite postponement on something before the town meeting can have a substantive discussion, then the town meeting would have to vote to overcome the motion for indefinite postponement, and then a discussion on the merits can take place. Those are basically your three options. And if you have any questions while you're going to go through it, I'm going to be there to answer any questions for you as you move forward. So that's the briefest presentation I can give to you. I know this is a late night and stretching on. I wanted to keep it brief. I hope this is understandable, and I'll be there to answer any questions for you.
Thank you. And does anybody have any questions?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Hi.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, sorry. I've been having technical issues.
It's nice to have you back. Does anyone have any questions about that? Jim, you do.
Just for a quick one, I don't think it's ever come up, but if the vote comes up and the noes outweigh the yeses, is it an automatically then an indefinite proposal, or do you have to revote it as an indefinite proposal?
You would have to revote it. Someone would have to move to vote this for indefinite postponement. And I want you to think about that carefully. If you know, if it's an important issue for the town, you don't want to just move to indefinite postponement because you may want to let the townspeople decide on the floor of town meeting. So someone could move to not to vote against an article, and you have a vote that a majority of people agree with that. So you've got a no vote, and you've got to decide if you want to then move for indefinite postponement.
Oh, thank you, Pat. That's really helpful. I didn't understand that. Thank you. Okay, then, shall we start? We're going to go through the budget.
Excuse me, Diane, we need to close the public hearing part of the meeting.
Oh, okay, Jane, go ahead.
Okay.
You need to have a motion to
Yes.
do that in a second.
Thank you,
Okay.
Pat.
Can I have a motion to close the public portion of
I
the meeting?
motion to close the public meeting.
Second,
Second,
any discussion? Okay, Jane?
Yes. Bill,
yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George H,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
great. Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George Laham,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
great. So
Okay,
close.
so we're going to start with the budget articles.
Diane, excuse me, Diane, just, are you gonna go over with members just to let them know? Are you gonna ask people to raise their hands to deliberate? Are you gonna, how you wanna manage that?
I guess we have to because we're on Zoom. I really wish we were together. This is so hard, this portion of it, but yeah, let's raise our hands. Yeah,
So people should probably mute and then use the hand. And Diane can call on you. I just want people to be able to be heard.
yeah, me too. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jane. Okay, so let's start with budget Article 1. Are we gonna, Jane, weren't we gonna read the
Yes.
article?
Yes,
Or the title of the article?
yes, we can do that, and I can also read however you want to manage it. Budget 1 is FY 22 budget adjustments by transfer at $190,000.
All right. Do we have any comments, deliberation, thoughts on this budget Article 1?
And everyone has that before them also.
Yes, you should all have all of this material before you. All right, can we call for a vote on budget Article 1? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I motion that we're doing appropriating $190,000 from the FinCom, 140,000 from FinCom reserve and 50,000 from debt budget to snow and ice and the fire emergency management program.
I have a second on that motion.
Second.
Second.
Any comments on it? Can we go for a vote? Jane?
Yes, we just need, did we get the motion on that?
Yep, Jim made the motion.
Jim made the motion. Who second?
I did.
Thanks, Tom. So a motion in favor of budget Article 1. Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes. Yeah.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris Pareda,
Yes.
and Alex.
Yes.
That's passes unanimously.
Thank you. Budget Article 2.
Budget Article 2 is FY22 budget adjustments by appropriation, $527,000. We need a,
Do we have any discussion, deliberation on budget Article 2? Can I get a motion?
I move the motion. I move the article.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay. Any comments? Jane?
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes,
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
That's a unanimous pass. Budget Article 3, FY23 operating budget. This is Appendix D.
Any comments on Appendix D?
yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have, I think for full disclosure, there should have been some reference to the Metco expansion. We did discuss it in the Finance Commission, but it's, as far as I can tell, there is nothing going to the town meeting that mentions that this will be happening. And if the taxpayers want to expand the Metco program, that will be charitable and generous, and there are good arguments for the Metco expansion, but I disagree that we should not pretend that it is free. We're told that the proposed increase from 51 to about 87 Metco students will not cost anything because the state will pay for busing and for Metco counselors, and because this is a quote marginal seat program, unquote. I am very skeptical. In fact, I think the zero marginal seat argument is specious. Westwood has a favorable and expensive student to teacher ratio of about 12 to 1. And almost all of the operating costs for the schools are for personnel. So almost everything goes up in proportion to the number of students and teachers, including costs. You can dilute, or you can dilute that 12 to 1 standard. In either case, there is a consequence. There are also timing issues. We may soon have additional students in the Westwood schools if the town allows high density housing near the train stations and bus stops, as is being demanded by the state. The addition of those children will not be free either. I'm also concerned about the substantial tax increase that we are facing next year due to the large override hitting the tax bills at that time. So I have concerns about the omission of the Metco program from the operating budget, and I believe it should have been a separate article, or at least a line in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Chris Pareda.
So I think it's important for everyone to realize what we're doing here. This is the operating budget article. We have two choices, as town council has told us. We can either vote yes to operate the town in fiscal 2023, or we can vote no and say, no, we're not operating the town in 2023 or fiscal year 2023. We can discuss at length the policy issue behind the fact that we heard that state law requires that the school department be a bottom line on the town budget. What the school does with the money that the town votes for the school can do. And if you have a problem with how the school is being operated or spending its money, you can go to school committee and you can raise that issue there. Where I believe the issue of increasing Metco was thoroughly discussed with the public. And that's an elected board. So you can run for school committee if you don't like the way the school is being run. But for this article itself, I think it's silly to point to a single line in a massive $105 million budget and say, I'm not going to vote for it just because I don't like the way it was presented. My comment.
Thank you. George Hertz.
Yeah, I would just say out of courtesy, Peter, that the superintendent took the time to address your issues very thoroughly, and basically, in my opinion, has negated any of the points you have made. And basically, you're repeating the same points again. And I think, as fellow member just said, you know, if you have concerns, you can go to the school committee. And remember, they have public hearings on their budget. They are an elected group, and they have approved this budget. And we also had a subcommittee that did a very, very thorough review of the school committee budget. So once again, you raised this issue before. They were answered very, very firmly by the superintendent. And I think, as everybody said, this is not the appropriate forum for you to be raising this again.
Jim Ferrara.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but for some reason I have the thought, didn't we vote a separate municipal budget and a separate school budget last year or in the past? Or did we lump some of them all?
Maybe
For some reason, I thought we had different votes. No?
Pat,
Okay.
did we?
Not that I recall, what happens at town meeting is the moderator reads the line items 1 through whatever it is, 140, 150, and people can call a hold on a specific line item. The schools have one line item. We vote by Massachusetts law, a bottom line budget for the schools, and the schools can spend that money wherever they deem appropriate.
Right. Yeah, I just didn't know if it was 2 separate votes or 1. I'm good.
No, it's always, Jim, it's always been 1 since I can remember, and that's
Okay. Like I said, I don't remember.
a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay, can we call for a motion on this budget article 3?
I will make a motion to move this article for approval.
Second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, any comments?
Could you do me a favor and just, when you're seconding, could you just say who it is who's seconding it?
Second, Tom, that was me, Jane, Tom.
Thank you, because I'm getting more than one person. So if you just say, this is Tom, I'm seconding that, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it, Tony.
Okay.
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter.
I would like to abstain on this vote.
Thank you. Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
That's 14 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay, budget article 4.
Budget Article 4 is Budget 4, appropriation 1,356,250,000 municipal capital improvements.
Comments, thoughts? A motion. Oh, Jim, you have a comment.
Yeah, sorry, just chirping in here. I mean, overall, I have no problem with the budget, but for the newer members, my disagreement with it is about 7 years ago, we appropriated $1 million to the Housing Authority, which inevitably purchased them 2 houses. And we're making the 5th of 5 payments of $150,000. So we just keep spending and spending and spending. And I was hoping that the Housing Authority would seek resources from other avenues and instead of just the residents of Westwood. So based on that one, I'm not in favor of this article.
Okay. Any other comments on this article? All right, can we have a motion? Oh, Tom, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I know, people have mentioned this in the past, and, one thing I think would be helpful is if they were to split up some of these items into separate articles so that it'd be sort of more a la carte, so that if somebody does have issue with a specific item, that they don't end up voting down the whole article, which they may agree with the majority of it. So, and I know that, you know, folks have brought that up in the past. I think that's helpful. Just
We
as
did ask if they would consider that, and they decided not to. But yes, we did bring that up. Okay. A motion on budget Article 4.
I'd like to make a motion to vote in favor of budget Article 4.
Mike,
Second?
I'll second it, George.
Okay. Any other comments or deliberations on this one? Okay, Jane.
budget 4, Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
No.
no. Lauren,
No.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Oh,
Caitlin,
No.
Tom Kilgariff,
yes.
George Laham,
Yes.
Diane McCarthy,
Yes.
Christina,
No.
Chris Pareda,
Yes.
and Alex Yale.
Yes.
That is 10 in favor and 5 opposed. So that passes.
Okay, thank you.
Diane, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Whoever's doing the write-up for this, you have 5 votes against, but we did not hear from all the folks. I mean, Jim clearly indicated why he wasn't in favor of it. But in order to do the proper write-up, we did not hear from those members who voted no, why they were voting against it. So I think it becomes a bit hard for whoever's writing up that article to explain those 5 negative votes.
It can be the same reason that Jim professed, though.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
can I say, and that's exactly my reason, though. I 100% agree with Jim. So,
Okay, but I think at least if you say that, it can be clear that there was one item that was of concern, rather than, because remember what can happen at town meeting, you know, those who vote against it, somebody can ask, can somebody voted against it explain why they did? I'm not criticizing the vote. I just think we need to know why somebody's opposed to it, so whoever's doing the write-up can properly reflect that.
All right. Thank you, George.
Planning Board 5.
Budget 5.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry, it's too late. Budget 5, appropriation 1,17,000 school capital improvements.
Any comments on the school capital improvement budget article? Okay, can we have a motion?
A motion to accept budget items 5.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Alex.
Alex, thank you. Do we have any other comments? Okay, Jane.
Budget 5, Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tron,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
That's unanimous approval.
Thank you. So budget article 6, this is to appropriate $700,000 for sewer capital improvements. Do we have any comments on that? Thoughts? No? Can we have a motion?
Motion to vote on budget Article 6.
Alex,
Second?
Second, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Any other comments? Okay, Jane,
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
yes,
Peter,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
yes.
Christina, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Chris,
yes,
Alex.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous approval.
Great, thank you. Now we have Budget Article 7. This is an appropriation of $682,000 for additional capital improvements. Do we have any comments on this? Okay, can I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the article.
Do we have a second?
second, Chris,
Thanks,
Okay,
Chris.
any further comment? Okay, Jane,
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
yes,
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
yes,
Alex.
Yes.
That's unanimous approval.
Thank you. So Budget Article 8 is a borrowing article of $325,000 for additional capital improvements.
Diane, I think we should read the motion.
Okay,
Do you want me to
great.
read?
You want to do that, Jane?
Sure. The motion is that the town appropriates $325,000 to pay costs of the design services related to repairs to the Conant Road culvert, $200,000, and the expansion of the cemetery, $125,000, and for the payment of all costs identical and related thereto. And that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to GLC 4471 or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore.
Do we have any comments on this? Alex?
Yeah, just something in the motion, when it talks about and for the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. I'm not an attorney, but does that mean the cost could exceed the 325,000 that is here? And is that sort of just an open blank check for whatever this might amount to?
I believe that's a language required by our borrowing attorneys, but Pat, I'm going to let you talk to that, but I don't see you and you're on mute, so you may not be with us right this very moment. But yes, it is additional cost.
I'll let Pat answer it, Diane, but I think the 325 is a cap. And that all costs related and incidental too is just a descriptor about what can be spent or how it can be spent.
I believe that's the case, Chris. If they need more money to complete the study, I think they'd have to come back for another appropriation.
Okay, thank you. Any
Then
other?
If no other questions, then Diane, I'll make a motion that the Finance Commission recommend to the town that we approve that motion as read by Jane.
Okay, second.
Mike
I'll
Casey.
second that.
Thank you, Mike. I've got it. Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
yes,
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
yes,
Alex.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous approval of budget 8.
Okay, budget Article 9, appropriating $125,000 to be transferred to the stabilization fund for fiscal year 23. Comments on this one?
I move that, yeah, I move that we appropriate $125,000 to the stabilization fund.
Second, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
yes,
Peter,
yes,
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Christopher,
yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous approval.
Right, okay. All right. So now we're on budget Article 10, right? And so that is to appropriate $1,515,000 to the OPEB liability trust fund for fiscal year 2023. And Chris Pareto is our OPEB specialist. If there are any comments on OPEB, Chris is our expert. Any comments on this?
yes. Shall
I
I
heard,
comment?
yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I have concern about this. Well, firstly, I would encourage some restraint this year to help mitigate the hit to property taxes that's coming next year when the override hits the tax bills. But the minimum required contribution at this time is only 550,000, as I understand it. But I have a more fundamental objection to fully funding the pension liability. This is appropriate for a company that may fail, as that could leave workers with no pension. However, the US government does not do this for government pensions or for Social Security for that matter. The town is not likely to go out of business. The town only needs a large enough buffer to smooth fluctuations in pension costs. The current push to fully fund the pension in advance is forcing us to pay for current, past, and future pension obligations simultaneously, and is putting a substantial burden on the current generation of taxpayers. The current level of funding for the Westwood pension is about $18 million. And I don't think we should put any more money into that beyond what is required into the investment funds at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
So Peter, this isn't the pension fund.
It's an investment fund, yes.
This isn't going to pay people's pensions.
Yes, I
Town retirees get paid by a separate trust fund, either the Norfolk County Pension Fund or if it's a teacher, by the Massachusetts Teachers Retirement Fund. This money here goes to pay future obligations of town retirees' health benefits. And that's why you see on Pam's graph, that's why you saw the level of funding jump whenever they changed the health insurance program for the town, because that changed the future liability for the town. You're right, the state has not yet required towns to fully fund health insurance benefits, but that may be coming down the road. And Westwood would be well advised to be as close to fully funded as possible if that ever came to pass. So this isn't a willy-nilly, let's spend $1.5 million because we'd rather save it to reduce property taxes or send it on something else. This is a serious financial deficit that the town, we owe the town retirees so that they are secure in knowing that their health benefits will be funded regardless of the status of the town. And municipalities have declared bankruptcy across the country in the past.
Any other comments on this budget article 10? Okay, Jane.
We need a motion on that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I will move the town vote to recommend budget article 10.
Thank you.
I will second it.
George Leham, second that.
Okay, great.
I'll take George Leham. Okay. And Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
No,
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Giorgio,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
and Alex.
Yes.
That's 14 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. Budget Article 11. This is another appropriation article, $300,000 to the aid to the elderly for senior tax relief. Do we have any comments on this one?
Yes.
Jim?
If I may, thank you. Just a little past history. This was not taxpayer funded until about 6 or 7 years ago, when it came to the town to get approval from the state to make it taxpayer funded. At that time, it squeaked by the FinCom with an 8-7 vote. Although this is an altruistic idea, the FinCom is to vote to vet what's best for the community as a whole, not for a few members of the community. There is a fund that people can contribute to if they voluntarily wish to do so, but it doesn't become an altruistic plan when you're mandating other taxpayers to fund it. And then we've all heard the taxes are going up. We're looking to save money, save taxpayers the pain of the high school and whatnot. But even as George Leham had said, you know, transferring the burden from one party to another doesn't help. And we're pushing more and more people into a burdensome position. One of the big arguments going back to the original article was that this one has no strings attached to it. The ultimate beneficiaries are the heirs of the homeowners. They'll receive the house free of any tax lien or any debt to the town, and they themselves may not have any ties to the town. I also circulated a website about the state circuit breaker, that these residents would be entitled to $700 from the state. So I say let the state pay for it instead of the residents of Westwood. And for that, you know, I'm against this article. Oh, just one more, I want to say, when it started out, for the last couple of years, it was $50,000 was contributed by the town. And then this year it's jumped to $300,000. And as more and more people find themselves burdened with the taxes, I can only imagine it's going to go up from there. So again, I say no to this article.
Any other comments on this article?
Yes, I do have a comment about this article. I would, firstly, Jim mentioned the state circuit breaker in the income tax code, I think is what you're referring to. And yes, there is something there. However, that is means tested, not just for income. That also has an asset test based on the assessed value of the house. And it's a statewide number. Any asset test on the assessed value of a house is not going to favor homeowners in Westwood, because the assessed values here are relatively high, as are the taxes in Westwood, relatively high. So seniors in Westwood are not going to get much from that state, from the circuit breaker credit in the income tax code. Also, the $300,000 that is proposed here is a one-time boost to this fund, specifically to mitigate the impact of the Hanlon override in fiscal 2024. It's not for use this year. For the last several years, the board has typically transferred about $55,000 per year into this fund from the select board reserve. I support this proposal as it will not only mitigate the first year impact of the Hanlon override, but will also help with the transition to the adoption of the clause 41C1/2 senior exemption. That exemption will not take effect immediately, as it will need to be ratified by the voters at the next town election. The amount proposed here, together with the additional funds proposed from the select board reserve, is similar to the projected cost of the clause 41C1/2 exemption. One concern I do have about this proposal concerns means testing for the fund. Pam mentioned at a prior meeting of the select board that all applicants meeting the current means tests receive assistance from the Age of the Elderly and Disabled charity. That means that the number of seniors receiving support will not increase unless the means testing requirements are changed. And this is not mentioned in the proposal. I would particularly like to see the town drop the requirement that applicants must have a home value less than the town average, as shown on the application form. That requirement alone eliminates about half of the seniors in Westwood. But I do support this proposal for a one-time boost to the Age of the Elderly and Disabled charity.
Any other comments on this one? Okay, can we have a motion?
Make a motion to pass the appropriation aid to the elderly for senior tax relief.
I'll second it.
Other
George.
comments? Okay, Jane.
George, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Bill,
No.
Jim,
No.
Lauren,
No.
Renee,
No.
Mike Gay,
Yes.
George Hertz,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
No.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
No.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina, Christina,
Yes.
thank you. Chris,
Yes.
Alex,
No.
no. Okay. That's 8 in favor and 7 opposed.
Okay, again, I just want to reiterate George Hertz's comments. We're going to have to reflect this as we write the report. So it is helpful to hear people's thoughts about it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Tom.
I think this might be an appropriate article for an opposing write-up as well, opposition write-up.
Might be.
I mean, 8 to 7, can't get any closer than that.
Yeah.
I nominate
Are you
Jim.
volunteering me, Tom?
I just did. Sold.
I get it.
Tom's writing it, the opinion in favor. So Jim, you're going to take the opinion opposed.
Yes.
Perfect.
I have a question, just being new to this. So does Jim then reach out to the people that voted no to make sure that there's, that he has their input, or is he gonna write it based on his position?
I'm planning on writing it based on my input. If anybody wants to send any additional comments that I may have missed, I'll entertain them.
Awesome.
I just want to make a comment on it. I think out of courtesy to the full FinCom that we need to hear from those who are opposed, because I like to understand why.
Right.
Because I like to see that reflected in the write-up.
And I just want to
I
remind,
can share something real quick. I agree with what Jim said. I also feel that given the town, the property values in town, deferrals, tax deferrals make a lot more sense to me than tax exemptions or just sort of dollars that go in one direction. I think people are inevitably have been in town for a long time, are sitting on high property values, and when they do pass away and the estate, the house goes to their heirs or whoever it might be, we're talking about significant amounts of money. And so I think that just makes more sense in terms of programs to aid the elderly, as opposed to just sort of exemptions that exist, or programs like this that are just giving dollars out without the proper checks and balances in place.
And also, can I say something? Because also too, I understand Westwood, it's an expensive town and everything, and people who've been here, way longer than me and everything, but there's an expectation from the town. If you own property, you have to pay the taxes. That's it. And we're talking about law and everything during this meeting, like it's your property and you have to pay the taxes.
I would like to make a comment, if I may, about the tax.
Peter, can you just let anybody, we were just trying to hear from people who were opposed. The other reason is the public. I mean, I want to make sure the public gets a chance to hear this too. So could we finish that before, Peter, you make further comments? Anybody else wants to share their opinions? Frankly, I think it's very good to hear from people.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with Lauren, exactly what Lauren just said.
Okay.
That's the reason why I voted no.
Good, thank you.
And I agree with Alex's comments.
Good.
I agree with Jim and Lauren's comments.
I think that's very helpful. And I think that when Jim does the write-up, obviously, I now understand what folks feel, and that's very, very important. I also think if the public is listening and watching, they'll get a sense of what we were thinking about too. So I think that was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, George, it was very helpful. And Diane, I'm concerned about public meeting requirements. I think Jim should do his write-up based on what he heard tonight.
Yes.
And not solicit any more input from other members of the FinCom, especially when they number 7. That would almost be a quorum.
That's right. I think if people want to give other comments, they could give them to Jane, and Jane can pass them along. But I think you are correct about that, Chris. Thank you.
just to remind everyone, anyone who does a write-up is reflecting what the membership is saying, not their own opinion.
Right.
So that's very important to remember here.
And Jane, I thought that's why I raised the issue. And I thought the discussion actually was very helpful in understanding it. Okay. And I actually am glad I heard these opinions.
That's
so thank you.
Same here.
Yeah. Please do feel free to voice your opinions as we move forward here, because that's how we know, what we're writing. We're writing reports from the FinCom. And so please do speak. We've gone through some of the early ones pretty quickly, but let's spend the time actually hearing people's thoughts on these articles.
I think it's excellent.
So Diane, quick question then. So based on that, where the write-up has to obviously reflect the opinions of the people of the meeting and all. So we've heard the no's and the reasons behind the no's. Now we've heard Peter's yes. Can we hear the other yeses and why?
Tom, that's a very good point. I think when we have these split votes, that's a very good point. It's my understanding that the select board wanted to do this on a one-time basis as a bit of an offset or relief because of the vote the town made for the new Hanlon Deerfield School and the recognition that that was going to increase taxes. So I think what they were doing is a one-time effort to show recognition that, yes, that is going to lead to a tax increase. They want to make some additional funds available to provide some additional relief. It was a one-time event tied to that particular vote. That was my understanding, and that's why I voted yes.
And the other thing, from my opinion, is that this is all of us had the opportunity to donate to this aid to the elderly, and I know we all get information in the mail and we get requests to do that. So this is supported primarily, I believe, by all of our donations. And the town helps to supplement it. And in this year, particularly this 300K, to do that. And I feel like that's a really important effort on behalf of the town. I think it's not just elderly that could use some help here. I think there's a lot of folks who probably have a hard time paying taxes that aren't just the elderly, but the town has programs in place different than just the elderly. This year, we happen to be focused on the elderly, but I think it's important that the town help folks who are having a hard time. And this is one way to do that.
Yeah, I'll throw my reason for voting yes. I think this is a very real and I think the need is there for our seniors. And while of course there's law and the everybody who has a house here needs to pay taxes, I think this is the right thing to do for the town based on the Hanlon project.
Yeah, and Diane, I don't want to telegraph my vote on an upcoming article, but we also have a couple of other articles on the warrant that relate to this issue.
Yes.
And I think I'd rather do this one and have control over who the money goes to. I think it's a terrific program, and the town does a terrific job at identifying who in town needs to do it. I like to keep local control. So I'd rather do that than rely on state law.
Yeah, I agree. They have a great process for this and applications and everything else. It's a wonderful, wonderful program, I think. And I think the question before us is, did we want to put an additional 300K in this year? All right.
Thank you.
All righty.
Thank you.
So now we have another borrowing article. Jane, do you want to read that since it's a borrowing article?
Please. So this is budget 12, borrowing $900,000 additional capital improvements. Yeah. The motion that the town appropriates $900,000 to pay costs of design services related to the Canton Street Sidewalk project, and for the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to GLC 4471 or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore.
Any comments on this borrowing article?
And notwithstanding that I would rather see the money go to Gay Street, based on what Todd said, if we're going to, you have to spend this money, or actually, to be fair, this isn't a spending issue, it's a borrowing issue. So the town may end up not spending it at all, because they need to show the state that they're in the project. And notwithstanding, I'd rather see the Gay Street sidewalk project go forward rather than Canton Street. I will vote in favor of this article just to preserve our ability to get state funds for Canton Street.
George.
I think Mr. Parita brings up a good point, but being somebody who is about 50 feet from Canton Street, I will tell you, most of the people on Canton Street are not happy about this project. They just simply, they're just not happy about it. And I know that the finance committee really has nothing to do with that aspect of it. But I mean, if a vote no, and maybe somebody could clarify, if a vote no stops the project, I mean, that's probably where I'll go, because between the traffic calming, whatever they are, disaster that's on there, and I've spent 35 years right next to Canton Street. I don't see a need, and my father walks on it every night, and I know he's going to get hit by a car one of these days, but it's just everybody on Canton Street is against it because of how it's been laid out. So
Jim,
I just want to preface this by saying, I think Todd does a great job around town. He really takes pride in his work. But I think we're at a point where sidewalks have to take a back seat. As I mentioned at the prior town meeting, we have to have a dialogue about the fire station. And I just see us doing all these small projects, whittling away at our finances when we should be focused on the bigger project. So I would vote no, and let's start focusing on the bigger project.
anybody else?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Yeah.
I live off Canton Street, and I think it'd be great for the area because, you know, we'd be able to connect the neighborhoods that are currently not connected and gives kids and people, pedestrians, a safer access. George, I'd hate to have your father be struck by a car walking on Canton Street, even though that's something you expect might happen. That's a sad reality with the current lack of sidewalks on there, in my opinion. But the 900,000 is really to spend 900,000 to get a grant where the state or the federal and or state funds will pay for a multi-million-dollar project. I forget the number. I don't know if anybody has it in front of them, but it's like something crazy, right?
15, I think.
Yeah.
$15
million. I mean, yeah. And whether that's a number or not, my point is for us to spend 900,000 to get a $8 million sidewalk. It's going to have a beautiful sidewalk in a different area for bikes and strollers and what have you. I mean, I personally benefit from it because of proximity, but from a financial standpoint, who wouldn't spend 900,000 to get a $15 million project paid for by non-taxpayers? That just seems like a worthwhile investment. And there's also been $250,000 spent already on it that was not taxpayer money, but we've already put some money into it. You know, what's another 900,000 to get a $10 million project done? So from a financial perspective, that just seems foolish to let it go. And you know, Chris, I know you mentioned the Gay Street sidewalk, and others have that comment in mind too. Unfortunately, it's not like well, if we don't agree on this, we're going to fund Gay Street sidewalk. So it's not, you know, it's not if we don't fund this, we get something else out of it. But
you're right, Alex.
Yeah, and the other thing about Gay Street, I don't know how many of you have listened to the select board meetings, but the thing about Gay Street is Gay Street doesn't qualify for these funds, as I understand it anyway, from listening to the select board, and I'm just telling you how I understand it, because the town is trying so hard to sort of accommodate the abutters that what is required in order to get these $1 million grants and funds, Gay Street isn't ever going to meet those qualifications. So Canton Street, you know, needs the sidewalks. I think, you know, I think we all agree with that. And it is a short, I know, 900,000. It's short money to get long money. So
Gay Street has too many historic stone walls. Canton Street was put through a farm that was all one parcel at one time, so it doesn't have that problem.
Yeah. Mike, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I'll just, I live very close, not quite as close as George, but to Canton Street. My wife and I walk it regularly with our dog. During peak traffic time, it's a stop and go run. Oh God, am I looking back? So there's a very real need here. And I'll just reiterate what Alex said. This is a borrowing article. This is not a spend article. This is, committing that we're going to move forward and have the money to do the analysis to then get a lot of money from the state.
Christina.
I agree. I live in the neighborhood too. It's just wildly unsafe. And if we can get that much money for safety from the state, although I don't like to spend $900,000, it does seem like good money for us to spend.
Okay, anything else?
Lauren
Yeah.
has her up.
Lauren.
Yeah, and I know we've all said this too, but I definitely just want to reiterate. So I run over on Canton Street, and I definitely have almost got hit by a car, I don't know, lots of times, and then me yelling, screaming at them like, hey, watch it, whatever. But when I did see the Gay Street article initially, I was so excited, just like Chris, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's finally happening, yes. And then my heart did sink when they didn't pass. I'm like, why? But then understanding though too that we wouldn't qualify for it, it's like, all right, okay. And so going back to Alex's point, like the 900 to then get the state funding for this, if there's somewhere in Westwood, because like Westwood, we don't have sidewalks anywhere. Like I, run on Hartford Street, I run towards Norwood and go on Pont, and I definitely, I don't know, if you see some crazy person when they're running, like screaming at a car, it's probably me, like running through town because there's nowhere to run, but so for me, it would be great, it's just public safety, and also it's just another access way, and again, to go for walks, runs, and just kind of make the community actually have sidewalks. So I'm sorry, George.
Diane, if it makes you feel better, and here's a story for everyone. I got hit by a car 3 different times on Canton Street.
I thought you were gonna say, George, you saw me yelling at you once if you almost hit me running.
I've been hit by a car on my paper route when I was younger on Canton Street 3 times.
So that's what happened.
George, we need those sidewalks.
Exactly.
Come on, man. All right, can I get a motion on this one?
I'll make the motion. I make a
Okay.
motion to accept budget item number 12.
All right, can I get a second?
Mike Gay, second.
Okay, Jane,
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
No.
no. Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Approved with 14 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay, so now, okay, those are our budget articles. So this was great. Thank you so much. All right, let's move to Citizens Petition Article 1. The property tax exemptions for senior citizens, MGL Chapter 59. So we've had a bunch of conversation on this. We received a lot of information. Are there any other comments on this?
Yes, I would like to make one additional comment. There was a comment about the tax deferral program, which is actually one of the state options. That's clause 41A. And Westwood does accept that, but Westwood does it at 3% interest. And it doesn't benefit a lot of folks in Westwood. One of the reasons is that there's means testing on income at $58,000 or less from all sources. That excludes a lot of folks in Westwood. Also, due to the 3% interest rate, that's actually what the state actually allows an interest rate as low as 0, which Westwood does not do. Westwood charges 3%. And it's also not a good deal for another reason. Home equity lines are cheaper. You can get, there's a bank in this area that's advertising 2.5% home equity lines. You've probably seen the ads. That's probably a better deal. But I believe the clause 41C.5 exemption would be a very good way to go. As I've mentioned, I do have an observation about the difference in the articles. I guess I will mention it again. One of them is more important. The article that proposes the acceptance of clause 41C.5 is the more important article that I would ask for you to support. It also allows inflation adjustments for the clause 17 exemption for widows, which Westwood accepts the clause 17 exemption for widows, but not the inflation benefits allowed in 17E and F. And as I mentioned, I considered withdrawing the original article in favor of the new one.
So are you speaking now as a member of the Finance Committee or as the petitioner? This is for members of the Finance Committee.
Do you care?
I do, very much so.
Why?
Because now FinCom is in deliberations.
Well, I'm a
That's where
member.
we are right now.
I'm a member of the Finance Commission.
Yes. So are you speaking as a member of the Finance Commission?
What is the consequence of one answer over the other?
because you seem to be now moving into your position as the petitioner,
All right.
in whether you withdraw one or another. So the question is, are you talking as a member of FinCom right now?
In order to do what? I don't know that I have the authority to withdraw one of the articles. If I
Okay,
do,
well,
I'd be
okay.
interested. I was told, but that's a question. Do I
Okay.
have the authority to withdraw one of those?
So you are the petitioner now. You are as the
I'm asking
petitioner,
a
you're
question.
asking FinCom if you have the authority. I don't have the answer to that, but that's not what we're doing right now. Right now, FinCom is deliberating the 2 articles.
All right, fine.
Does anybody else have any comments about Citizens Petition Article 1?
I heard during public comment, Diane, I heard the petitioner actually asked that this petition article be indefinitely postponed. So I would move that the town indefinitely postpone Citizens Petition 1.
Do we have a second on that?
I second it.
Seconds it.
Okay, do we have any comments on that? Great, Jane?
That was Chris, Pareda, and Jim for the second.
Yes.
Okay, for indefinite postponement of citizen petition number 1. Bill,
Yes, for indefinite postponement.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
No,
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
FinCom recommends indefinite postponement of citizen petition Article 1 with 14 in favor and 1 no.
Okay, so let's go to Citizens Petition 2. Are there any comments from FinCom on Citizens Petition 2? All right. Do we have a motion?
Well, but before we get to the motion, Diane, let me just say that while I think Peter's heart is in the right place, there is a reason, when we've heard before during other meetings, that only a very, very few towns in the Commonwealth have adopted 41C and a half. And there's a good reason for that. Pam indicated that it's less predictable than our own program. We have our own program, albeit it's a little bit different program. Both of these programs are means tested. And yes, I'm glad Westwood charges 3% interest on property taxes that aren't paid, that have to be paid when the property is sold. And would not recommend or not agree with reducing that interest rate. So on balance, I would still rather have local control over the money we give to our senior citizens. I'd much prefer a tax deferral program, but we've got a tax exemption program. So that's what I would rather have than allow the town to hitch his wagon to state law.
Mike Gay.
I think Alex was first. I'm gonna tap over to Alex.
I'm sorry, guys. You are paying so much more attention to these things than I am.
Too kind. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, just a couple of comments. I want to be respectful of George's fair call out that we should voice our perspectives in anticipation of the votes. They're somewhat substantiated by at least logic or thought process. There's sort of 3 key reasons why I don't support this particular program. One is I'm just more in favor of a deferral over an exemption when it comes to taxes. So I think it just makes more sense given the town, the parameters, the property values, the increasing property values that we live in, and that chart that would accompany that over the past, insert number here, 5 years, 10 years, et cetera. Secondly, I think like many people have pointed out, this is simply just shifting the tax burden from some of the seniors in town to the younger families in town who, while many of them are hardworking parents and spouses, like, there are a lot of expenses that have to go with childcare and support and, buying a place here, et cetera. And then third, I want to just call out Dr. Adig, I appreciate the math you did to come up with some kind of estimate. I know that was a request that I had last time, and I just want to acknowledge the fact that although not perfect and definitely more of an art than a science, you sort of did what you could with the information that was available to you. So I respect and thank you for going back and finding a number. Although it's hard to pin exactly what that would be for the town, but I appreciate you doing the legwork and comparing it to comparable towns who do have this program in place. So, but with that said, 350,000 is not an insignificant dollar amount for the town, and with an upside of that dollar amount that could be significantly more if adoption rate goes up. So I just think it's a big number to begin with, but it's also a little bit of an open check because we don't really know what that would come to if it were to be a program available to our seniors in town. So I just wanted to share that perspective as context for an upcoming vote.
Thank you. Christina, wait, no, now I'm off. Who else? Before Christina, somebody.
Christina would tap it back to me.
Okay, Mike.
So I want to reiterate kind of what Chris said, and then also Alex. Dr. Riddick, I think your heart is in the right place. I think you're continuing to fight for our seniors, which I very much respect. I too am not in favor of this particular article. And the kind of the main drivers are this has not been adopted by other towns. The unpredictability, although as Alex said, you did exactly what we asked. You went out and did your calculations, which was really helpful. I think you lost me a little bit on the savings that that seniors are providing based on lower expectations of school children and services that they're getting in town. I think that there's services that benefit everybody in town. And so, I very much respect what you're doing. I'm not in favor of this. I hope you continue the crusade. And I think, bringing like-minded individuals together to try to craft things that are always going to benefit our seniors is something that I would always stand with you on.
Christina.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo sentiments from Alex and Michael and the rest of the group. Peter, we really genuinely appreciate you bringing this to our attention. We love and support our seniors. It just there's just too much opportunity for variability, and we don't have enough opportunity to forecast appropriately for budget purposes. It's too challenging to support at this moment.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to comment on this? Does anyone want to comment in favor so we have a flavor of that opinion?
Well, obviously I'm in favor, as you know.
We've heard.
Okay. Okay, can I have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move to accept the article.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Jane.
Sure, Peter, and then that was Mike.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is petition Article 2, motion in favor. Bill.
No.
Jim.
No.
Lauren.
No.
Renee.
No.
Mike.
No.
George.
No.
Angela.
No.
Peter.
Yes.
Caitlin.
No.
Tom.
No.
George Laham.
No.
Diane.
No.
Christina.
No.
Chris.
No.
Alex.
No.
That is 1 in favor and 14 opposed.
Okay.
Diane, can I interrupt?
Should we make
Yeah,
Maybe
who's that?
it's Jim.
Hi, Jim.
So typically when we vote, well, if we vote indefinite proposal, the town meeting would have to override the indefinite proposal and then vote on the article. Since we just voted no now, I presume it just goes to the town meeting and they just vote it up or down with or without our recommendation, correct?
So, Mr. O'Hearn, how do you, so is this a case that you mentioned earlier where someone may wish to now make a motion for indefinite postponement? Is
Yes.
this a case for that?
Yes.
And then tell us what the consequence of that is.
So if you now vote indefinite postponement, it goes to the town meeting as indefinite postponement, and town meeting would have to vote by a majority, one more than the other, one vote more than the other, to bring it, to discuss this warrant article on its merits.
Okay.
Right now, if it goes to town meeting, 14 opposed, 1 in favor, you would get to the substance of the article. And town meeting could consider that, and there could be presentations and everything else that goes with the town meeting warrant article.
So
I would
do
make
I
a
have a
motion for
motion
indefinite
for
postponement.
indefinite postponement?
I'll second it.
Yeah, I'll make a
Jim.
motion.
All right, I
Jim will
got
second.
confused. Someone made the motion. Who was that?
Alex motioned,
Okay,
Alex motioned, Jim second.
okay, great. All right, any comments on indefinite postponement?
I'll comment. It just feels like, you know, if I'm reading between the lines here from our town council, this would just, at this point, be a time savings mechanism for town meeting. We wouldn't go into all the details of this article if we did vote to postpone it.
Not necessarily, okay? If someone moves to overcome indefinite postponement at town meeting, it gets seconded, you'd go through a whole argument about indefinite postponement. If indefinite postponement fails on the floor of town meeting, then you get to the substantive things
So
of the article.
So effectively, we need 2 people at town meeting to want to bring this to a town meeting vote, to then open the debate of whether it should be no longer postponed and then debated or voted on in the article. So with that said, maybe my logic was incorrect in that indefinite postponement would elongate the process as opposed to shorten it.
Actually, I don't think it would, because the process of trying to, at town meeting, it's very unusual to have indefinite postponement overruled, and it's a complex process. The reason I think indefinite postponement is extremely important here is we've spent an inordinate amount of time on this article over multiple meetings. And while we are attempting to be very respectful of Peter, it's complex. There's not a really lot of agreed upon data that supports some of the arguments that have been made. So I think it's extremely important that we take the position of indefinite postponement, and then, you know, if town meeting wants to override that and then get to the substance, fine. But I thoroughly support indefinite postponement. So
I
we have
agree
a-
with those thoughts, George. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion. It's been seconded. Can we have the vote on it, please?
Well, I'd like to make an observation. I think you can expect that there will be an attempt to override indefinite postponement.
That's fine. That's fine, Peter. Okay.
All right, are we ready to call the vote?
Yes.
Okay, Jane,
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Ready?
Renee?
You're on
Yes,
mute.
sir.
You're up voting on the indefinite postponement.
So sorry about that, guys. I get distracted. Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Angela, are you frozen again, perhaps?
Yes, yes, I was frozen. I'm back.
and you're voting yes, Angela, correct?
I'm voting yes, yes.
Peter,
No,
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Christopher,
Yes,
Alex.
Yes.
So FinCom is recommending indefinite postponement for citizen petition 2 with 14 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay, so let's go on to the select board article. And I know this is complicated because we just got this tonight. So Jane, will you read to us the actual wording of the select board motion on this one?
Yes, just 1 second, sorry.
And maybe even put it on the screen, because I know we just got this, so it might be worth us even just seeing
I
it
don't
on the
have that.
screen.
I don't
Huh?
have it, but if somebody got it from Chris and can put it up, I
I
will
know.
read it while you attempt to do that. The language hasn't changed at all, other than the amount, as Chris said. It is.
I can put it up.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Tom.
no, this is Obid Baker House.
We've already voted on select board 2 and 4.
You are correct.
Yeah. This is just the one we heard about tonight. That's all this is, the select board article for the real property.
Ready?
Yeah.
Select Board 5, acquisition of real property, American Legion Hall, 90 Deerfield Avenue. To see if the town would vote to raise and appropriate and/or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the purchase of land and structures at 90 Deerfield Avenue, also known as the American Legion Post 320, containing approximately 0.92 acres of land identified on Assessor's Map 14, Block 95, or take any other action thereto. Purchase of property, $700,000, funding source free cash. Select Board 5.
So I'm going to take the prerogative of starting this. I appreciate how frustrated members of the commission are with getting this so late, but I also just want to acknowledge the hard work of the select board and the negotiations that did go until 5 o'clock tonight. So although certainly we would have liked to have had this in advance, and perhaps we maybe, I mean, we did hear about it at our last meeting. We didn't get a lot of details. They didn't have it to give to us. They did give it to us as soon as they could. So in that respect, I do want to say, I think this benefits the town. I think getting this piece of property right behind the police station and, you know, contiguous to Deerfield will absolutely benefit the town. And so I know how frustrating it is to not get the material until so late, but personally, I will support this.
Let me jump in, please, because I was the one who gave Chris a little bit of a rough time. I had a chance to read his presentation, and I actually think the presentation was very good. I too, as I step back and think about this, am totally in support of this. The ability to acquire land contiguous to Deerfield and to keep it in our kit bag for future use is extremely important. I think what happened is, had Chris had a chance to make the presentation, or we had a chance to read it ahead of time, we would have flushed out the issues. But the way I read it, it's $700,000. They're using the $20,000 over appraisal to justify the lease for 10 years. They are talking about $125 to $150 for renovations. I share a little bit of concern that the renovations may turn out to be higher, but at the end of the day, I actually think, you know, if we step back and look at the importance of gaining almost an acre of land behind Town Hall and close to the Deerfield School, it makes a lot of sense. And I have to give Chris and Mike some credit for, you know, negotiating this up to the last minute. And I think we're so used to Pam, when she presents material, she always takes us through it, whether we want to go through it or not. And I think, frankly, had we been able to do that, it would have been a lot clearer. But like, I agree 100% with Diane that I think the process may have been a little kludgy, but I think at the end of the day, it's a very, very important asset for the town to acquire.
Thank you, George. Jim. Did I get this in the right order here? I
No,
hope I
Alex
did.
was first.
Alex, were you
Defer to Alex.
first? Damn, Alex.
I was one of these days, Diane. We'll get there.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
lost.
just real quick. I mean, listen, we're buying an acre of land off of 109 in Westwood, Massachusetts for $700,000. If 12 months from now, we decided for whatever reason it wasn't worth, or we find out that it's going to cost $500,000 to renovate or whatever, the town could turn around and make money in this land in no time. So I feel like, there's very, very, very little risk and downside of this, even if in 6 months we decide that it wasn't the right decision. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks. Jim?
Yeah, to me, this is reminiscent of the ICC. That's the Islington Community Center, which is now condominiums. The town made its spiel to purchase that. We had income producing property. They promised him a 10-year lease. At the end of the 10 years, they ousted him, sold the building, and we see what we have today. I don't see this property as being a linchpin in the town, but getting back to my biggest concern is we're buying more buildings that we have to spend money to rehab. Again, I'm going to bring up, why aren't we dealing with the fire station and putting the money to rehab the fire station, our existing infrastructure? I'm not saying the property won't appreciate, but I think the money can be better spent elsewhere. And then as far as the recreation center is concerned, the Deerfield is going to be coming up in a few years, and they're going to be looking for money to rehab that. And I don't see why we can't work out some sort of agreement with the school department that the recreation department can fit in there. I just see us expanding beyond our costs.
Peter?
Oh, and just let me add, I mean, we're talking $20,000 over 10 years. That's only $2,000 a year. That's not even a monthly income and monthly rent in Westwood.
I have
Peter?
a,
Yeah.
all right, am I on?
Yep.
Yes, I have a technical question, I guess. I thought the next select board article concerned the Obed Baker House, but I wonder if you could post the article for us so that we could see what we're voting on. This is the American Legion Hall, but I would like to be able to see it if it's possible to post it.
Yeah, we tried that. Tom was going to try to do it. Jane read it.
Yeah, I got one email from Chris and it said 2 of 2.
Yeah, same
Yeah.
here. Same here.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah. Lauren?
He has, there are two attachments that I email. One is his presentation, and the same email, you click on the other one, it's the appraisal.
No, I have that. Yeah, I have that.
You have the PDF and then the.
Yeah, it's a 68-page appraisal and all of that, but it's not the article. It's not the language of the article.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
George,
Yeah.
do you get the language? Did you get that? Can you share that?
Let me check on my other computer. Hold on, okay?
Okay.
In the meantime, we have another comment, I thought, from someone. I thought I saw a hand.
No, it was me. And yeah, I was just going to echo Jim's sentiments though, because I do agree with we're purchasing. Alex, I do like that, your point of $700,000 piece of property, in Westwood. Yes, it's great. But then though, too, down the road though, $125,000 for renovations, no. And I don't care if you're buying lumber or not. I don't care if you aren't going to be putting in a kitchen. We all know if, construction costs, materials, everything, it's going to be way more than that. So what's it worth? And we already do have an existing building for a rec center. Why can't we refurbish that? So also too, $700,000 that we just paid for, why wouldn't that have been put towards the fire station? Like Jim was saying, we've been talking about the fire station for a couple of years. And also too, though, the fact that this too, I understand this was brought up, but and I know that again, timing, but it was given to us 5 minutes before the meeting or however, a very short time. It just seems very rushed. So my thing is is there already another, is there something else there that we just don't know? Or that they can't disclose or something. So I just feel that it can be, we don't need another building in town. We already have a lot that need to actually be, have other funds allocated to be, that could be put to use and be repaired and everything. So.
Silly question, but Firehouse 1, where would they go if they had to knock that or do major renovation? Maybe they go to the Elite, maybe they go to Legion. Firehouse 2 ended up in a shed. So I don't know, might help logistics. And if it's a good real estate play, I'm for it.
Yeah. George.
I'm looking. I'm going to open it up. I can't print it out. The language is there. Let me see if I can open it up on my phone. Hold on.
George Laham.
I mean, I'm somewhat in favor of this because I also think it's an appreciating asset that later on the town could unload if necessary, but I really agree with what Lauren said. She brought up the point of, it seems rushed. It seems like there's something else going on. I'm not sure why if there was something else going on, I don't understand why they wouldn't be able to disclose it to the FinCom, but it did seem rushed. It didn't seem last minute, but I could also chalk that up to sometimes in real estate, things just happen at the last minute. When a deal comes by, you either jump on it or you snooze, you lose. But I also, as usual, Tom brings up a great point that it could be a nice transition home if we are working on the fire station, because that shed that the firemen had to be in for that, I forget how long it was, that was awful. And I think it could be used, it could be a nice swing place.
I got it.
There you go.
Yay. Okay.
There you go.
It's a huge file. That's why people probably didn't get it.
Yeah. Okay, Alex, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, I did. Lauren, I just want to appreciate your comments because I do think they're valid on that. I'm not convinced we as a town need the space, but I do know that there's conversations around not only the fire station, but does town hall need to be repaired or amended or an addition? So I just feel like that block with town hall, the police station, and this is right behind it and right next to a school building. It feels like a little bit of call it a government center that we're building that could be nice. So I think it is a key location. And again, I'll go back to my point around the cost. And then the only other question I have, if anybody knows the answer here, is like, if we say we need more time on this, what are the consequences of that? Because I think what they might want to do is get a contractor in there and get a few bids for a renovation that they envision needing, which would say, hey, it's going to be 300,000 or 500,000, or it's going to be 150,000. So I'm just asking, like, what are the consequences as a commission decide to punt on this until we have more information to make a more educated response or vote?
Pat, so now everyone has seen this, and I appreciate you put it up, and I'm going to ask you to take it down so we can all see each other. Thank you. I'm so sorry. So Pat, a couple of questions that maybe we can punt to you. Number one, what's the consequence if we don't go forward now? And number two, I think that you can better than I address the issue of why we got it so late. I mean, Mr. Walsh did say to us, they are nonprofits. They meet once a month. It's been very hard to negotiate. So, I take all that at face value. I listen to all the select board meetings. So I take all that as just the way it has gone for them, and it's been tough. But I know, Pat, you've been involved in this from day one.
I have. And so I will tell you, there's kind of a confluence of situations that I think are coming together here. One of which is we are a town and we operate by a town government, which is not known for moving quickly or swiftly on things like this. So we have generally one, maybe two chances a year to buy a piece of property. And I think what happened was the negotiations got dragged out, and it was going to get at 1 o'clock today. I had a conversation with Town Hall, and I wasn't sure it was going to get done. It got done at 4:30, 4:45, maybe even a couple minutes later than that. So there wasn't a lot of time to prepare a Pam-like presentation for you. They were too busy, I would tell you, working on trying to finalize the deal. And it's still not finalized. There's still some T's to be crossed and I's to be dotted. What happens if you punt it? Well, if you punt it, it may go to the marketplace. I was always concerned, and I expressed that concern to the selectmen, that we need to keep these negotiations under wrap, because I think that is a very, very valuable piece of real estate. I think it could be very valuable for the Glen that's up behind it. It could give them additional frontage on Deerfield Avenue, which may allow them to do a number of things. And they have money to move stuff like that. We have one advantage in that we can work with the Legion and provide them the ability to still do their programs. And those are the things that we're trying to iron out right now. So I would not advise from a legal perspective that you punt it because it may be lost, that you make your best decision with the facts that you have in front of you. You know, say what you will about the ICC, but the ICC, controlling the ICC allowed us to do downtown Islington and do the things that make it look the way it does today versus the way it looked 5 years ago. So this is a very similar deal in that we're not paying full price for it. And so I guess those are my two answers for you. If I've not been explained it well enough, I'm happy to try again, but I think we put the property at risk if we punt. And I think tonight's meeting was the sword of Damocles over both parties' head to get it done, and that's what happened.
Thank you. Angela, I swear your hand was up, but I don't see it up now.
Yeah, because Pat actually stated
Answered your
exactly
question.
what I was, yep, he stated exactly, because I remember Mike mentioning that we could potentially lose it to Westwood Glen or it would go on the market. And I believe that's why they really tried to move, quickly on this.
Yeah. Okay, so now Alex and Chris, I do not know which of you was first.
Actually,
I
George
already
was
spoke.
first.
That way I didn't lower my hand, so I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right, Chris.
Actually, George was first.
I think he just didn't lower his hand. George Laham?
Oh, no.
Okay,
Sorry.
so, all right, so it is me.
So Chris,
Yes, so
all yours.
looking at the location of this property, I really don't see it as worth commercial value. I mean, you certainly don't want Deerfield Avenue to get any more traffic than it does. And so the only real value is to the Glen. But on balance, I think it's a good purchase, and I would recommend that we adopt this article.
Okay. I don't see any
We
other
make a
hand.
motion to vote.
Okay. So who was that just made a motion?
Alex.
Alex. Okay.
I seconded Angela.
Angela. Any other comments? Okay, Jane, take it away.
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
No.
Lauren,
No.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George H.,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
No.
no, Tommy,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes,
and Alex.
Yes.
That is 13 in favor and 3 opposed.
I count 12 in favor.
I can't, yeah, right, we have 15.
I'm sorry, I said it the exactly other way. It is 12 in favor and 3 opposed. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. All righty. Okay. So it is 10:10 and we are in the home stretch here. So we are going to start with Planning Board Article 1. And that is the mixed use and multifamily overlay district. We have received lots of information on this. We've received a memo from the superintendent of schools addressing the question of will it affect the schools. We've received memos from the planning board on why do it now. We have received comments from the public on this. So I think we've received a ton of information on it. So what are people thinking?
All right, so I asked Diane earlier if I could go first, and she reluctantly agreed. But since this issue was first presented to us, and I first became aware of it, I have changed my mind about 4 times. But where I have come down and landed on it is that I believe, and again, going back to what our role in the town is there value to the town? And I believe, in my opinion, yes, there's value to the town in adopting this zoning overlay district now as proposed by the planning board. Aside from the 3 grant programs that are named in the actual law, Westwood may be adversely affected if we are in non-compliance with that law for any other competitive grant program. Now, we've heard comments that the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, is going to expand non-compliance with the law to include other grant programs. Well, I'll talk about that in a second. But that's certainly not out of the purview for other departments. So we are presently in non-compliance. This law went into effect in January of 2021, and we have not yet adopted an overlay district that complies with the law. Therefore, we are presently in non-compliance. So I think there is value to the town in trying to comply with the law. Now, we've heard a lot about what the law actually says and what the HCD's draft guidelines say. Much of the work that the planning board did on this proposal, on this article, was done before HCD's most recent draft guidelines, which were issued in December of 2021. So remember, the planning board is working basically to comply with the law. Let's look and see what the law actually says. The law only says 3 things: that it has to be a district of reasonable size, that the district has to have a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre, and that the district has to be located within a half a mile of a commuter rail station, bus station, ferry terminal, or subway station. That's what the law says. The HCD's draft guidelines go way beyond that. And a fundamental tenet of administrative law in situations where the legislature passes a statute and authorizes an agency to draft regulations or guidelines to implement that law is that those guidelines or those regulations cannot add additional requirements to what the legislature has said in the law. These draft guidelines of HCD do just that in 5 different areas. One, the HCD has introduced the concept that the district has to be contiguous. That's nowhere written in the statute. 2, the HCD has introduced the concept of tying compliance to a percentage of the town's current housing stock based on whether the town uses commuter rails or buses or the like. 3, the HCD changes the subjective nature of a reasonable size to an objective test. Now, the fundamental rule in law is that a reasonableness test is subjective. And that's what our planning board worked to when it developed this proposed zoning overlay district. What is reasonable for Westwood? And I don't think HCD can change that without giving some rational basis for it. There's no rational basis for why HCD came up with 50 acres. 50 acres happens to be 10% of all the land within a half a mile circle of any one of these rapid transit stations, but there's no rationale for picking that 10% figure for all of the affected communities. HCD also introduced the concept of adding additional grant programs that might be a risk. And the HCD introduced the concept of a minimum size of the lot so that a lot of Westwood's lots wouldn't qualify as multifamily housing because the lot's not big enough. So for all these reasons, HCD's draft guidelines, I think, are, in my opinion, seriously legally flawed and will eventually be changed based on all the comments that all the towns are going to submit, and Westwood has already submitted its comment. Now, when are they going to get finalized? We don't know. HCD says they'll be finalized in September. I doubt that seriously. Given the seriousness of the legal flaws in the draft guidelines that I see, and the fact that the law says HCD has to coordinate with MBTA and the Department of Transportation in drafting these guidelines, I don't see these guidelines being finalized until well into 2023, maybe even too late for us to do anything by a year from now. So right now, the draft guidelines have no legal effect. They are not finalized. The only thing that has legal effect is the law itself. And that law itself only requires, as I said, a overlay district of reasonable size that has a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre and is located a half a mile from a station. So this particular proposal that we're facing, if we pass it, we can argue reasonably that we are in compliance with the law. And if as was stated by town council during public comment, that if an aggressive developer were to try to force something upon us, we could legally argue that we are in compliance with the law until those draft guidelines go into effect, whenever they may be. And we don't know what form they may be. So there is value to Westwood in getting something draft passed right now. Even if we pass it, the Attorney General may not approve it, but that's a different issue. We ought to do what we can to say that we are in compliance with the law. What this is not about, and this is as important as what it is about, what this is not about. This is not about affordable housing. This is not about trying to increase the numbers of affordable housing. Yes, as a consequence to this overlay district, we might see an increase in the number of affordable units, but the fundamental proposal itself is not about increasing affordable housing. This is not about overburdening schools. We heard from the superintendent that any children that might come into housing that was built under this district many, many years from now could be placed anywhere in the district, not necessarily where it might want to go right now. This is not about protecting the town from unzoned uses. It's not like we need to zone for a particular onerous use, because if we don't zone for it, it can be built anywhere. We already have zoning for multifamily housing. That's where it would go if a developer wanted to put multifamily housing in it. This is only about trying to get that multifamily housing that is built in the town to qualify to make us compliant with this, with the guidelines once they become finalized. Right now, the law doesn't say anything about conditions on how to comply with the law, except that it has to have a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. This is also not about a 40B issue. Section 40B was the section that allowed a developer to come in and say he's going to build all kinds of condominiums if the town didn't have X amount of housing that was affordable. We meet that standard now. So this is not about a 40B issue. And this is not about, I haven't heard it in the discussions with this committee, but I've seen it on the internet. This isn't about some grand design to try to eliminate single family residence zoning. This is solely about trying to comply with the law that was passed in January of 2021, for which we are not in compliance right now. So yes, I've heard the arguments that we should wait, or is it of more value to do something? I think on balance, it is more valuable to the town to do something now. What should we do? We should rely on our elected planning board that has spent a year working this issue and have come up with, I think, a reasonable plan to say that, yes, we are in compliance with the law. So I fully support the Planning Board Article 1. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. That was really well said. Thank you. And very well prepared. So we really appreciate that. Other people who may either agree with Chris's position or have a different opinion on this one? Tom?
I hate to follow Chris. Tough act to follow, but I'm going to make this very quick, and I agree. I'm in favor of this, but and I realize there's a lot of there's vagaries with the law and all that, and I'm sure that stuff will probably take better shape in the future. But I don't see it. I don't see a whole lot of downside to this. I see it as a no-brainer. First, the grant programs. We'd be ineligible for 4 grant programs, of which we've already used one 10 years ago for $5.5 million, and there could be additional grants. 2 of the locations are already built, and so there's zero impact on police, fire, schools, etc. from 2 of the existing locations. All it is rezoning. The other site is the Tumble Bus site. It's ugly. It's a blighted site, and the worst case scenario, if you will, is there's 102 new units, 15% of which would be affordable, and approximately 30 kids that may end up in the school system, and they're in the new super Hanlon area anyway. So I don't see it as I don't see a lot of downside or negatives to it. And it's the other thing is Chris Paff said when those 11 homes were being built off of Canton Street and 55 bedrooms, and nobody said boo about the impact on schools then. So I just think that if the town puts its dukes up against this, I think it's a bad look. I think it's the wrong thing to do. I think it's a bad look, and I think it screams of NIMBYism. So I think that I'm in favor of it, and I think it makes a ton of sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we have 3 hands. We have Jim, we have Alex, and we have Christina, and I have no idea in what order you put up your hands. So duke it out. Who wants to go first?
Jim was first, top left.
Okay, Jim.
Let's stop up. First, I want to correct Chris. We're not out of compliance. There's no failure to comply until after December of 2023. So there's no penalty between now and then. Next, I want to say I am not for or against this proposal, and I'm not taking anything away from the planning board and all the work they've done. I just think that there remains to be a lot of questions to be answered. The public comment session doesn't even end until March 31st, 2 days from today. And then other regulations or tweaks are going to come down, and all I've heard is a lot of speculation about what may be done or what could be done, or in their opinion, what will be done. And I think we should wait and find out how the dust settles. If we're pushed against the timeline next year at this time, then we have to make a decision. But I don't see the rush in passing this now. I sent an email from Banker and Tradesman that said Milton and Newton were planning on holding off on this. Well, they're bigger towns with more to lose than we are. And, I'm not saying we follow suit, but if they want to carve a path that sets precedent or changes anything like that, that may affect our decision. And I'd just like to point out, as far as the funding is concerned, the Mass Works program is about $60 to $70 million a year that 350 communities are vying for. So it's not a real carrot and stick, but that again is a different argument. My argument is when we get all the facts, we can make a fully informed decision. The planning board's ready to go. If nothing changes, nothing changes. We work with it, but we can pass it next year at this time. We can pass it in the fall town meeting, if there's a fall town meeting, and we're still in compliance, or we're not out of compliance until December of 2023. If a developer wants to challenge us, they're going to challenge us no matter what we do. And I don't think we should base our decision based on fear of lawsuits. We have to do what's right for the town. But right now, let's get all the information before we get that far.
Alex.
If I'm going to oversimplify this endeavor entirely, we are adding an additional space to rezone for this multifamily unit, which is the blight and tumble bus depot that is on Everett Street. Like again, oversimplification, we are changing the zoning of that one particular area that is not currently zoned for multifamily housing, et cetera, et cetera. Like to me, that's a benefit. I'm in favor, because if we were just voting on that in isolation, forget all the other strings and things like that, I'm just curious what this board would feel, or how this board would feel. It wouldn't be our issue, it would be the planning board's issue. But to me, that's really what we're at stake here, because if the state declines our proposal, we're back to square one. We have to come back with either a new way to address the compliance, or an alternate method, or comply with something that's maybe, Jim, to your point, more clear, more, with the T's crossed and I's dotted. So for me, opening that blighted area to a multi-family or multi-unit development is a benefit. I mean, Islington Town Center is beautiful, and I hear all the time that people want places they can walk, and they want cafes and restaurants in town. Well, you don't get those things, or you don't keep those things, unless there's people to patronize them. And if we don't allow houses in somewhat of a dense area to go and walk to those cafes and restaurants, they're going to go out as quickly as they came in. So I think this solves a lot of things. And coming from Manhattan and moving to Westwood, I know a lot of people with young kids maybe aren't looking for the acre of land with a white picket fence, but are looking for something where they can get great schools in a more urban environment, where they can walk to the train and walk to coffee and walk to Roach Brothers and all these things. So I'm in favor. I'm looking at this a little bit more boiled down, because I think that's what we're really deciding on today. Because anything that's sort of addresses the larger, nebulous situation is going to come back to our plates if this is not accepted. So that's my perspective.
Thank you. Christina.
I dissent, obviously. I cannot get over this. We have recently zoned 2 different areas. We built up 2 different areas. I just do not see the upside of zoning yet another area on behalf of developers, not the town. I just could not more adamantly oppose this.
Thank you. Mike.
Great, thank you so much. I want to go back to kind of a point that Alex just made about doing what is right for the town. And while we're caught up in the what's law and what is an interpretation of compliance with the law, I want to read from the housing section of the comprehensive plan. This is the goals and objectives that the town, what is right for the town, said. And we were all involved. And if we weren't involved, it was by choice, because everyone was willing to join. The housing goals of this plan reflect the goals of the 2019 Housing Production Plan, and are the town's desire to have more types of housing available for people in more types of situations. This includes young families, single-headed households, seniors, singles, persons with disabilities, and the local workforce. Objective 1 is diversify the housing stock by increasing the availability of moderately priced homes, senior housing, rental units, condominiums, and townhomes, and attached style housing. Objective 2, provide opportunities to increase the racial and ethnic diversity of the community. And Objective 3, implement policies and regulations to provide more low and moderate income housing options. It goes on with a strategic approach, and then an even longer implementing actions. This is what is right for the town. We all came together and we put this in place. It was 18 years from 2001 to 2019. This is what the town was saying it wanted. We can disagree with too much. When does enough become enough? But I feel that, again, this is the right step for the town. And we've addressed every objection that has been thrown out there. And quite frankly, where the FinCom, we're looking at, whether this article makes sense from our point of view. The planning board, the elected officials, they've vetted this thoroughly. So while we may have emotions of, what we feel is appropriate for the number of housing units, for the number of students maybe hitting the school, for potentially traffic cessation and those types of things. And by the way, Tom, I did look up NIMBYism. I didn't know what that was. I don't want NIMBYism, but that's not the reason I'm voting for this. I'm voting for this because it's what the town says that we stand for, and it's what I believe we want.
So I was embarrassed to ask what NIMBYism is. What is it?
Not in my backyard is
Not in my backyard. Thank you. Thank you.
Which I didn't know, Diane, until I Googled it.
Well, thank you.
I apologize for not translating.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your comments. I'm going to go to Bill, and then Chris, I'm going to go back to you if that's okay. So Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say because I think Jim hit on it and Christina hit on really well what I was going to say, but I'm clearly a no vote on this for a lot of the reasons Christina said. I don't feel the need to comply with this now when we have some time and we can get all the facts and rezone another area. I think I expressed some concerns last time around it as well, so I don't need to repeat everything, but I'll leave it at that because it's getting late.
Okay, thanks. Chris.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. Yes, HCD did say in their draft guidelines that they weren't going to assess whether towns are in compliance with the law or not until December of 2023. That's their draft guidelines. That's not the law. So if you look at the law itself, we are in non-compliance right now. And I think that the town would be better served by putting something on its zoning books that we can point to and say, we have complied with that law. I may be wrong on this, but I think the Tumble Bus property is already zoned for multifamily use. This additional overlay district would just make that if a developer were to come in and develop that for multifamily use, then that would go toward complying with this law. Whereas right now, a developer could come in and develop it for multifamily and we wouldn't get any benefit from that. So that's another reason I think there's value in doing this so that we can get credit for doing it down the road, even after December of 2023. And Christina, I agree, but for this law, I would not be in favor of this either. But because the law is on the books, and because I think there is value into the town in putting something on the books, then I'm in favor of it.
I agree too. I just wish we had made the argument that we could get credit for the two areas that we have recently developed. But we've done a ton of development with University and Islington. I think we can make an argument that we satisfy the reasonable size based on those two developments, and I think it's worthwhile.
The Islington Village thing, the problem with that is that it's not 15 units per acre, I believe.
Jim, do you want to make a final comment?
Just briefly, and Chris, don't think I'm attacking you, but I've heard many times we're getting credit and being in good grace for doing this now. If we're so convinced that this is the right thing now, who do we need credit from and to be in whose good graces?
Well, we need to be in good graces of the Housing and Community Development Department eventually when they start looking at who's complying with the law.
Well, either we're in compliance or not in compliance, right?
Right now, in my opinion, we are not in compliance. If we pass this statute, if we pass this zoning article, then we will be in compliance.
Right, but if we're confident that we're in compliance, then we don't have to worry about whose good grace or what credit we're getting for passing it now.
Well, that's true, other than the law says that we're not being excluded from, I think it's 3, not 4 named grant programs.
Correct, which they're not going to enforce until 2023.
So they say.
Right. No. But we could be in total compliance and still not qualify for grants.
That's always a problem with Westwood.
Right.
Any other final comments on this? I just want to offer my opinion as well. You know, I have certainly not always been a huge fan of the planning board, but I just have to say how impressed I am with the work that they have done this year on this particular issue. As they say, they've done 23 public hearings. They've been working on this issue for well over a year. They have considered the advice of town council and have relied on the advice of town council. I think this commission has done an amazing job at raising questions that probably wouldn't have been addressed so directly if you all hadn't raised the issues. You know, we wouldn't have gotten the memo from the superintendent of schools, Christine, if it hadn't been for you. So I think that, you know, the work of this commission has been incredibly important in, you know, teasing out the critical issues in this warrant article. And I think the planning board has done a phenomenal job with addressing questions. And I support this 100%. I think it supports the values of the town, as well as brings us in compliance with a law that I think actually, truthfully, in my opinion, is important. So I am 100% in support of this. Are there any
May I make a
other?
motion to vote?
Huh? Vote? Yep,
May I make a motion to vote on this planning board article?
please. Second?
Mike Gay, second.
Okay,
And just to be clear, that's a motion to recommend approval.
yes.
It always is, the motion is always
Yes.
to recommend. Planning board, Article 1, I'm sorry, I've got it right here. Planning board, Article 1, zoning bylaw and zoning map amendments relative to mixed use and multifamily residential overlay districts. Bill,
No.
Jim,
No.
Lauren,
No.
Renee,
No.
Mike Gay,
Yes.
George Hertz,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter Ittig,
Yes.
Caitlin,
No.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
No.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
No.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 8 in favor and 7 opposed.
Okay.
Madam
Any other-
Chairperson, may I recommend that we have a opposing view in the book on this one?
Yeah, absolutely. Who would like to take that opposing view on?
May I recommend Jim?
No, I already have one.
He's
I'll
already doing one.
respectfully decline.
How about Christina then?
Christina, why don't you want to take this on?
Way too much real work at the moment. I'm in the middle of ADV board season. I
All
have
right,
no
I'll take a
capacity,
stab at it.
sorry.
When's the dedeadline?
Friday.
Ready.
Yeah,
All right.
I was going to talk to you about that.
Okay, we'll talk about deadlines in a little while. Let's power through. We've got a few more, and hopefully they're not going to cause any a deep concern here. We started these last time and we had to take them off because of the wording. So let's go to Planning Board Article 2, zoning amendment relative to permitting and approval of solar arrays. Do we have any discussion on this? Can
Motion
I
to
answer
vote.
a motion?
I will move to recommend that the Finance Commission recommend approval of this article.
Second,
Second by Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
vote.
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
That's unanimous approval.
Okay. Planning Board, Article 3, zoning amendments relative to property on High Street in the vicinity of the historic Obed Baker House and Westwood Place. This one we started to take up and realized the language was wrong. So do we have any comments on this one? All right, any motion?
I moved that the Finance Commission recommend approval of Planning Board Article 3.
Second?
Second, Tom.
Okay, comments? Vote.
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
That is unanimous approval.
Planning Board Article 4, zoning amendment relative to expansion of non-conforming uses and structures. Do we have?
Actually,
any
just
com-
non-conforming structures.
Non-conform, yep, thank you. Do we have any comments on that other than the removal of those words? That
Just
we
thank
have
you,
been,
Chris. Thank you, Chris, for your focus on those words.
yes.
Their words mean something.
They do.
How are you doing this, Chris?
It's amazing. It's just amazing.
If there are
All
no
right.
comments, I move that the Finance Commission recommend approval of Planning Board 4.
Second,
Second, Christina.
Thanks, Christina.
okay. Comments? Okay, Jane.
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
That's unanimous approval.
Okay, Planning Board Article 5, zoning map amendments 394 and 396 Providence Highway.
Yeah, the only thing I have on this one real quick is that the use of the current 394 Providence Highway is a non-conforming use. And what is happening here is that the planning board is basically making that non-conforming use conform. I think that sets a dangerous precedent for the rest of the town. There are lots of non-conforming uses in the town that I don't want to see the planning board say, oh, well, it's just like 394 Providence Highway. So I think it's a great project, but I don't agree with this particular way of solving the problem. And the problem is that they want to expand what's presently there into another a parcel of land. So for that reason, I'm against this.
Anybody else have a comment on this? Pro or con? All right. Okay, let's how I take a motion. No one motion?
Motion, motion to pass Planning Board Article 5 zoning map amendment relative to 394 and 396 Providence Highway.
Thank
I'll
you.
s-
Second, George Hertz. Okay, any other comments? Okay, Jane.
Bill,
Yes.
Jim,
No.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Peter,
Peter?
You're on mute.
Okay, yes,
thank you. Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
No.
Chris,
No.
Alex,
Yes.
yes. Is 12 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay. All right, planning board article 6, which is the housekeeping zoning articles.
I move that the Finance Commission recommend approval of Planning Board 6.
Second,
Second,
Second, Jim.
okay, Jane?
Bill,
yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Angela, hello, here you are.
Yeah.
Thank you. Peter,
yes,
Caitlin,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Diane,
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
and Alex.
Yes.
Unanimous approval.
Okay. Wow, great work, everyone. Thank you so much. We have just a couple of announcements to make. Jane, do you want to go over the due dates for everything? Oh, Mike, you have your hand up.
I do. I just want to make a quick comment. I want to thank everybody for a new member of FinCom. This has been really, this has been a great night. I've learned a lot. George, thanks for pushing everybody to share their opinions. I think it's extremely helpful as well. And I love the counterpoints. I think it makes all of us think more. And I have to admit, I'm questioning even some of my votes, but that's what we should be doing. Because if we dig in and we're inflexible, sometimes it means we're not listening. So thank you, everybody, for sharing that with a new FinCom member.
And Mike, let me just add something, because we're supposed to reflect the value of different opinions across the town. So I think the discussions are extremely helpful. And I actually learn a lot by listening to both the pro and cons, and makes me understand some of the important issues in town. So I think we ought to keep that as a very important tradition going forward on FinCom.
Agreed.
I would just like to add to that. I think it's good to challenge the parties that bring them forward to, test their knowledge and the viability of their articles. So no one should be afraid to ask any questions or bring up any point of views, because it might be new to somebody else.
Diana, I think we need to make Mr. Parita and Mr. Hertz permanent members of the FinCom so they can continue to mentor everybody else and push everybody else. Because I don't know how Mr. Parita was able to. It's 11 o'clock. I'm 43 and I feel like I'm 90 right now.
George, that's the benefit of being retired. I just woke up at 3 in the afternoon.
Hey, that's not my retirement.
Just plus one on what Mike said as a new member. This has been great, although a long, tiring day and evening, really valuable. And I think on the most controversial issue, which is the zoning piece, I think the fact that we were so close is just, we're doing our jobs. We're representing different opinions and different perspectives. And I think, I wouldn't be surprised if the percentages that vote at town meeting are outside of some standard deviation of what we saw here. So obviously nothing personal, and I know everybody recognizes that, but I think it's just good for us to have differing perspectives on these important issues that face our town and our community.
Diane, Diane, may I please read a comment from Select Board Member Mike Walsh? He says, this is why open town meeting is such a great thing. So
yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you guys, as members of FinCom, had not asked the great questions you asked and pushed people to really provide more information, we wouldn't have had as much as we had on that one particular article. So, so just again, thank you. Great job.
Don't anyone go anywhere till we close the meeting.
No, Jane, you've got to talk about when things are due.
All write-ups are due to me by Friday at noon. This is a hard deadline because now the real work begins for us and Diane and I in terms of editing and and then I have to have the book put together so it can get to the printer and to the post office so we can get it out to all the residents so they can hear and read everything that you have done, all this hard work. So that is a hard deadline, Friday at noon. Please have your write-out. If you send it to me, please, then I will put everything together for Diane. She's going to have to edit it over the weekend, and then we'll get going on this. So we can get
there. Jane, I appreciate the hard deadline. There are two articles though that will probably require more effort. So I request that we get to Monday.
This is a hard deadline, and I've said this from the very beginning. And if you want to talk offline about if you need some help or need some more, some more support with maybe moving an article to someone else, we can do that.
Chris, can I help?
No one's going to be working.
Can I help you with any of the write-ups?
That would be great, George. George is a superhero in terms of write-ups. So
Chris, if you need some help, I'll work with you. Okay.
Okay, fine. But no one's going to be working in town hall over the weekend.
No, but I am.
Just asking until 8 o'clock Monday morning.
I'm working over the weekend. Jane is forcing me. You guys are getting it all to Jane. Jane's giving it to me. I'm working over the entire weekend. So Jane has it back on Monday. So it's true. No one else is, but this retired person is.
Okay. All right.
Jane, I just sent you my article because I am just a little jammed for time. Chris, feel free to review and edit if you disagree with anything.
I'm not going to change a word.
Phenomenal. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you for hearing me out, Jane.
No. It's just we have to have the book by our charter. We have to have the book to the residents. So
I know
8 days before town meeting, and we've got all kinds of. There's a lot of supply chain things with printers, and so we have to. This happens every year. But if you just get it done, then you'll be done with your portion of it, and Georgia will help, and Diane will help, and so we'll all work together to get everything done.
George, I'll be in touch.
Okay, Chris. Anything? Yes, I'll be glad to help, Chris. Okay.
Yep.
Jim, how about you? Because you took on 2 additional things tonight, and so I'm thinking about you. Do you need any assistance? I can't hear you. You're muted.
See, it's late. I'm forgetting that too. If I do, I'll let you know, get some input from you and maybe send me in the right direction, but I think I'll be okay.
Okay, super. Thank you.
I want to pass next year though.
Yeah. I'll pass that along.
I have one more, Diane, I'd like to read for the record one more comment from Mike Walsh.
Oh, sure.
A special thanks to all that help our town be better. So thank you, Mike. And we need to do a roll call before we adjourn, Diane. I just don't want us to forget to do that.
Okay, and as I mentioned before we started the meeting, I'll mention it again. We hope to see you next week. So let Jane know about that. Go ahead, Jane.
We need a motion to adjourn, please.
Oh, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. George Lamb.
Thanks, George.
Seconded by George Hertz.
Thanks. We'll do the George combo.
George squared.
Okay. Bill.
Yes.
Jim.
Yes.
Lauren.
Yes.
Renee.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Angela.
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
Caitlin.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Diane.
Yes.
Christina.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
And that's at 11:02.
And we are not meeting tomorrow.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Yay.
Thank you. We won't meet tomorrow night. Thanks, everybody. Throw your virtual.
Good night, all.
All
Thank
right,
you.
good night.